took it all away, this love would fall apart. I say no way. You don't know the size of my heart. Vicious, suspicion. It doesn't matter what I say. Users and losers. There's nothing here to make me stay. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love tracks on a loose train. Blood stain. No gain with no pain. My scars are deeper than you think. Timing, try me one more time before I sing. Big lines, big times. This love is not what we're about. It's too late, and I'm too straight. It's time to blow this fire out. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love tracks on a loose train. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame.
You are alone.
Can't do it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
It's a slaughter, nigga, Mickey and Mallory style. Y'all niggas is dead, and people calling me foul. Cross you off the list and chuck you over in the pile. Let's get this shit settled right here, right now. I got this hard shit in a smash. I'm about to cash. Stop looking, nigga, I'm the last. Motherfucker, you gon' meet like this. Turn your day pitch black like I clicked the light switch. The beat is nickel plated, one up in the chamber, in the clip the remainder, blasting off in anger. The black monster, strike like the black mamba. Have y'all motherfuckers running home to your mama. Stay in your fucking place, you know that I'm the ace. If not, get the taste, smacked out your fucking face. Everything I say, I mean it. I'm the black motherfucker, straight out of Queensbridge.
The streets is gritty, drama in the city. We asking God for mercy, but he's showing you no pity. You're hoping for a miracle when your faith is cynical. The only thing that mattered to you is if you had your pistol full. Sit back, uncontrolled rages. All we are is actors playing on different stages. Rotten lives seems to be contagious. Who we are, cats who die, never make it too far. We're quick to talk about things we should have done and never did it. Things we started and never finished. We watch our children look at us with empty wishes. They growing up with no restrictions. I wonder why miscommunications across the great states. Blood flows down heaven's gates and we await our torturous fates. Printed for all to see, but only those with knowledge seem to see it biblically. It's the harsh reality, placed in wise mentality. Unholy matrimonies, your true boys is true phonies. Shadows creeping while you're sleeping. Young widows weeping. Trust in these cats when you meet them. This teach men before they descend. Enter Nostradamus philosophy. Well, fuck that. Listen to my prophecy. Where your friends are, now your enemies. You choose your path. Now face your penalties. No more getting high and drinking Hennessy. It's a new world order, not meant for humanity.
I got that hazardous flow, kid sniff with various cokeheads. Y'all caps are halfway out the closet like Mario Lopez. My infallible flow is sicker than subliminal phallic symbols. A Walt Disney motion picture posters. Sack stitching, writing the sickest opus. Fixing the focus, the scope of the magnum. At whichever nigga standing the close. Your amateur flow is not compatible to my gnosis. Like Kanye, I snatch your mic for thinking that you so swift. Magical melatonin omen, roaming in the wide open. Breaststroking in the fiery ocean. Choking on cyanide while I was smoking. Until both of my eyes exploded. Mind frozen with bad breath from going into ketosis. Nibiru geneticist, medieval torture method. Military weapons specialist, decoding Hebraic messages. New Eureka native, reincarnated in the form of Satan, elated in the meditative state, sedated, inundated with the latest. My speech is upgraded. Y'all niggas ain't seeing me like a song on Aretha Franklin. Why am I so lyrical? Cause your rhymes are limited like a cockeyed cyclops is peripheral. Attack mics, spit backs like the passion of Christ. My passion for what I write is like a massive appetite.
The appetite of megalodon pumping steroids in his arm. His upper torso is bigger than yours. Brave men will die. Women will cry over the genocide, but don't cry, dry your eye. My left brain 20%, my right brain is more than that. My pituitary gland is on crack, that's why they barely understand where I'm at. And why I rap, they say it's whack, it's not wise to react. Why is that? Cause consciously I'm black, subconsciously I'm darker than that. The most controversial artist in rap. When I step on my lyrics, I forced them to fall back. I was wounded in combat and still crawl back. Do it right the first time, I don't ever have to do it again. Unless I rehearse it again and again. Rotating floating spheres like clockwork, rotating gears. Counterclockwise, collating what you hear over here. Don't repeat what you heard, just remember what you learned. Remember the last time you got burned. Qualitative analysis is not enough to quantify cannabis, but do it live if you think you can handle this.
We are 21,000 miles in space, staring at 270 degrees, 2 free minutes. Azimuth is plus 46 degrees or 6 degrees. 5 whole minutes ecliptic.
The nightingale sang into the form pierced the heart, as loud as the morning lark till death do us part. Scantily clad nasty, you simply can't surpass me. I'm stalking to devour through the hourglass darkly, as bluebells will in the sway of midnight rain. I'm the beast preordained, running through my veins, blood stained, pain and passion. You witnessed as it happens, as the crowds were massing the heavens. Came crashing, made amendments to my exemptions, still fondly remembered. My ribs grew into wings as my tail feather severed. In chariots and cherubs, the architect's perspective. I sent a death wish for you heathens to try and catch this. The brave contender, you must venture with flailing temper. The wailing harsh winds came to pass through your splendor. Innocuous buffalo skull sends me overload. Flames bask around the castle, the last stronghold. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. The bee runner pollinates the sun all day long. Many moments of her sadness placed inside a song. Rivers run backwards, all spirits flow as one. After many a summer dies, the lonely swan. Till the earth's access brought me back from the blackness. Sit back and watch me practice with an iron fist. Ludicrously dismissed on a flying winged disc. That residue of bitterness, what heart shall desire this? An unequivocal waste evaporates, tasting greatness. I formed in many shapes, interlaced, lifted weightless. In my palm where the vulture just landed on a strand. The diagram transcends the pioneer's plan. Move across and expand, obscured by the lure of money. All fates have now changed, most ever so abruptly. Entrusted in a clutch with order was disruptive. With every dagger thrust, the lust was interrupted. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A sketch to remember, two lives drawn together. Slumped in all weather, waiting on a promise forever. Underpinned on the fringes where I dragged him in. Told him of a world I knew where the outcome remains dim. Descriptive imagery worked will astonish in words. Acknowledge, pay homage to the dead mockingbird. You still couldn't forsake, devastate, or wake me. I still treasure for these moments that you gave into where you chased me. Ever the innovator, I placed my faith in nature. It's not all that it could be, but nothing could be greater. The perpetrator was the one who couldn't stay true. I never even heard of you, still nothing remains new. A horseshoe for luck tucked inside my belt buckle. Everywhere I kept looking, but all I found was trouble. Dusty knuckles torn, we tear away the veil. Set a blaze on this trail, you was all designed to no avail. Tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression. A tragic, deathless classic, I became more rag. Confused in the views I gave, I caused panic. Messianic messages sent without redemption. Unpleasant, depressing, left bent in aggression.
He said, come wander with me, love. Come wander with me, away from this sad world. Come wander with me. He came from the sunset. He came from the sea. He came from my sorrow. Come wander as I walk, wander as I walk, wander as I walk, wander as I walk.
Behold the wandering stranger, molecule rearranger. Correctly calculate proportions of the king's chamber, golden ratio. Vibrate the space below your feet. From the dry desert sands, erase the wreckage of a fleet. Prehistorical, translate the tongues of the oracle. Allegorical, mathematic, metaphorical. As above, so below. Have love, let it show. Levitate as I meditate, illuminate a glow. Green emerald, staff of Moses spreads the waves. Invade the promised land to wage 7 deadly plagues. Mystic order of the mercenary, thirst for many bones. Of clones, druidic stones align with galactic homes. Poems cold, the Kabbalah nodes of electric thought. 7 storm macabre, esoteric schools are taught. Degrees of substance unite to form a body of light. Crown chakra burns bright to defeat the troglodyte.
Since the dawn of humanity, some 100,000 years ago, humans have sought to make sense of an unpredictable and often chaotic world.
I'm just a fisher of man, I step and fish of the land. Deeply inhale the smoke from the sacrificial lamb. He who bites the hand of providence, evident, no common sense, mentally dead. Sealed shut like Tutankhamun breast, death mask, pure gold, tempered in the furnace. Repetition of the diction articulated with earnest. Deliver us from evil, shiver of the feeble. Quiver full of needles in the river of the beetles. Building blocks of masonry, master builders facing me. Facade of the macabre, behind which we placing me. Flashlights of black light, map out the odyssey. Trace the journey through magnetic hotspots. The odyssey, I'm G-O-D, not a devotee. Elohim backwards is me holy. Divide and conquer, we ripped asunder. They slipped asunder. The spell of Kingu, bring you the devil's plunder.
Are we? Why are we? Why do the seasons change? Why is life filled with suffering? What happens when we die? This quest brought human beings to consider matters spiritual, matters beyond the material.
Yeah, what's going on? Welcome everyone to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I know Brother Gary's got a question for us. Go through with the question, Brother Gary. I'm excited. Yeah, thank you guys, man. Bless you guys for being out here. We have a show here in the morning where, I've been studying certain subjects for over 10 years, in political science, philosophy, ancient philosophy, especially, philosophy of technology, certain things about the technological age, the problem of technology itself, and religious hoaxes, so really, I have a lot to share on those types of theories and ideas in terms of, expounding on what the various views represent, either historically, either philosophically, or in any other format that we can think of, so I appreciate you guys' questions, Yeah, go to example of how technology makes things more complicated. Yeah. Making life easy or easier. Well, I try to hit people with a general view, because sure, there's many conveniences in the various tools we use, but I think complexity is actually built into the notion of technology itself. You look at nature, you look at a river or a stream. A river or a stream is, by doing the least amount it can possibly do, serving the greatest end. Technology uses the opposite process. I think technology is inherently utilitarian, because it's inherently use driven. So when I think of technology, I think of technique. What is technique? Technique is the enframing of goals or skills, into a process. Now this technique, once it's under the line of the rule of experts, it does tend to make things complicated, because the technology is not getting more simplified. It's getting more complexified and yet more interconnected. This is why it's able to deliver to us so many conveniences. It's not because technology simplifies our lives. It's because technology is interconnected. It's pervasive. So it delivers to us through many other modes, through a world that is technological, interconnected through the machines. But the way these machines are connected to each other, there's a lot of complexity in this, Like, for example, we want to look at an image on a screen. It's sure true that technology will put the image on the screen for us. Now, this is easy. We think, how can it be more simpler than that? I want to see something, I type it in, bam, there it is. But the way it delivered you the image is hidden from you, So it's a complexification of means to a particular end, whereas a stream or a river is a simplification of means to a plethora of ends. And that's why I put here in the very definitions I use, number 3 there, it's a complexification of means, a complexification of means. And I'm sorry if that answer was not simple, but these are not simple questions. No, it's not a dumb question. It's a very serious, intelligent question to ask. Because we have this feeling that things are getting more complicated. They're accelerating, but we don't know why, because everything's brought to us with the ease and convenience, But yeah, man. Yeah, I've been having trouble sleeping, compounded by my depression since my wife left, It's been terrible. My insomnia has been terrible. So much so that I recently incurred a illness. Yeah. Yeah, technology is about techniques. Yes. 100 different instruments in a tiny keyboard, right? Right. But what it takes to make the tiny keyboard, right? Right. It's pretty is it easier to design an instrument, or a keyboard that could play hundreds of instruments? Right? See, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the process it takes to frame or encode that information in a machine, and that's why we need other machines in order to construct such a object. You know, if you go out in the woods, you won't find the materials you need to build a keyboard that could play hundreds of instruments. you know, it's only through professionals, experts, means, and processes. That's how we get this techniques. That's how we get the keyboard, right? Uncle Ted, I got your back, brother, on that Uncle Ted. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. This is how, yeah, of course, the OG, Benton. Shout out to Benton. Benton was reading Kaczynski one day. That's how I became a fan of his. He was sitting there reading the Unabomber Manifesto. I actually have a whole book by Dr. Skrbina here called Confronting Technology. We'll go through it, guys. We'll go through it. You know what I mean? For you guys, man. Bless you guys, man. And a lot of those writings are very similar, to Kaczynski's writings, influenced by him as well. Tech has helped me with my construction business. Paperwork. Of course. I'm talking about I'm not talking about any particular technology, but technology itself. What is technology itself, guys? You know, we got to take a look at big problems. You know, there has to be an avenue or a way to take a look at fundamental questions. Okay. Now, people are going to talk about money and power and states. They're going to talk about states. They're going to talk about economics. They're going to talk about power relations. Okay. Political aspects of things. Okay. They're going to talk about ideologies. Okay. What is something that gears ideologies? It gears states. It gears economic systems. You know, technology is underlying all of these various modes of expression. Okay. Of human expression. Okay. It is a ultimate question. Okay. Okay. The question of technological means is a ultimate question, yet one that is seldom posed. Why? You know, because we're meant to take it for granted, everyone. Don't look at the fucking, man behind the curtain. You know, that's technology bids us to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, okay? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Those are good. They're on a higher level for real. Yeah, for real. There's no turning back. Yeah, bless you, Yolanda, man. You know, who else is out here? Small town girl. Making my way downtown, walking around, faces passing, I'm homebound. Is that right? Yeah, man. Hey, dudes. You guys getting ready for this reading, man? Thank you for the questions, everyone. Bless you guys, man. You know, this isn't exactly, we'll work our way up to Dr. K, guys. You guys need some special things before we get into Dr. K. But how about this? How about um Derek Jensen and George Drafan? Okay. This work is called Better Humans and the Nanotech Future. Better Humans and the Nanotech Future. Okay. Jensen and Drafan are writers and environmental activists. Okay, here it goes. We are all by now, unfortunately, familiar with biotechnology. Biotechnology, guys. Okay. Okay. What is biotechnology, guys? Can you guys think of technology? Are we separate from nature? That's the first question I want you guys to think about. Are human beings separate from nature? Okay. Now, one may say that we're imbued with language, the ability to construct symbols. Okay. That technological mode is apart from nature, right? But are symbols there in nature? Nature might be peopled with entities, symbols, intelligences, right, that we are unaware of. Okay. Okay, it could be, right? Right. What are we separate from nature? Do we create technology out of nature? Well, the very imposition it presumes that we're actually separate from nature itself when we're made of the clay of this world. Whether you take the religious route or you take the secular route, we're composed of the stuff of this world. Okay. Okay, we're made through the world. Okay, are we made for the world? Okay, we are made through the world. All right, and we're not separate from nature. We are nature. We are natural. Technology is natural. Everything it takes to make technology comes from nature. Technology is nature ordered nature, as Dr. Skrbina tells us. Okay, technology is a second order nature. Okay. Okay, it's something that attaches itself, okay, to human society, which itself is attached itself to nature, and it creates an artificial environment on top of that. Okay. Yes, Macy's cybernetic conferences. Yes, we do discuss that in quite a bit. We do discuss that in quite a bit. In fact, if you look at my earlier programs, my earlier live streams, oh, we went over that a significant amount. Macy's conferences, MK Ultra, yeah. The work of Dr. Henry A. Murray and how they're linked to the Esalen Institute, and the whole countercultural movement that came out of the Esalen Institute. Okay, and the environmentalist movement. I call it fake environmentalism. You know, that came out because it's really about humanitarian goals. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with saving the earth or anything like that. Okay, it has everything to do with creating new technologies to enslave humanity. That's what the environmental movement in our day is. The environmental movement in our day proposes that man is destroying nature and that technology will save us. That's why it's a false movement. Surely the human beings who created the technology to put man in the situation that's destroying nature is not going to save itself by the invention of new technologies. The very presumption is idiotic. Okay, the very proposal is illogical, folks. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to drop the link. Anyways, I'm reading right now, so maybe I won't drop it right now. But yeah, bless you guys, man. You know, I'll drop the link after I'm done reading this. Bless you guys, man. You guys come up and have a conversation with me, you know. Biotechnology, all form of technology is quote unquote biomimicry. This is what I say. Okay, back to our reading. This is George Raffan and Derek Jensen. He says, the splicing of genes from one being into another. Nanotechnology goes far beyond biotech's manipulation of genes. It involves the manipulation of molecules and atoms. We can call it molecular engineering. We can call it the marriage of life and computers. We call it the creation of green machines, or we call it self-replicating biotech alchemy. It's been predicted to cure cancer, to end poverty by supplying the world with an infinite supply of energy and self-assembling materials, and to keep your pants stain-free. Nanotechnology works with small materials, really small. A nanometer is a billionth of a meter. 10 hydrogen atoms side by side make a line a nanometer long. A DNA molecule is about 2.5 nanometers wide. Okay. Okay. And we see them making complex biological machines that mimic the structure and patterns of DNA. Anyways, a red blood cell is 1/20th the width of a human hair, but it's 5,000 nanometers in diameter. It gives a headache just to think about it. The individual components of a silicon transistor are about 130 nanometers across. 130 nanometers across. But Intel can fit 42 million of them on one of its Pentium 4 processor chips. Insane. Okay. Silicon transistor, 130 nanometers. Okay. So that's all great. We can all have the fast computers to play more complex games while the real world burns because the geniuses at Intel have figured out how to get all those transistors into a single computer chip. But those nasty atom tech critics, including ETC Group's Jim Thomas, tell us that nano-sized bits are so small that they can penetrate your skin, get into your lungs, and travel through your body unmolested by the immune system. The ultimate goal of nanotechnology, according to some of its proponents, is to meld humans and computers so that humans can at long last insert and scientists laugh here, live forever. As such, nanotechnology is motivated by fear of death and the consequent fear and hatred of the body, the natural. Here's how. BetterHumans.com puts it in an article entitled Immortality. It is moralist, deathist. Deathist. Oh, you're a deathist. You believe in death. What do you want to live forever? Jack off? That sounds boring. Oh man. I got one go at this thing, man. I'm good. I'm good. I like the risks I take. You know, I'm appreciating the limits I have. It's a good life, baby. You know, especially but you know, I mean, it's a terrible. I mean, I go through terrible circumstances, folks, and I'm able to say this. Okay, come on. Deathist thinking that characterizes aging and dying as natural and good. Today, immortality and the lesser goal of indefinite lifespan seems certainly possible. The best way to think of it is our soul is to our bodies and brains what music is to a CD. Soul is to our bodies and brains what music is to a CD. Come on, guys. Okay, come on, guys. If you're going to let them take your soul out of your body, okay, that's going to be the end. The end. That's what they say. They're saying it like it's a good thing. They're saying your soul can be attached, can be transcribed just like the music is inscribed on a CD, so they take your soul out of your fucking body. These soul-sucking bitches. Look at this shit. They're admitting they're gonna fucking suck out your fucking soul, guys. That's what the fuck they're saying. Okay, because of their dualistic way of thinking. They think the soul is something. These people believe in souls, yet they want to escape death. Don't they believe in heaven? What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? You know what I mean? The best way to think of it that our quote unquote soul is to our bodies, what our brain is to music. Come on, man. The spirit is part of God. It doesn't go away. It's not okay. The body is just stuff, guys. All right. The spirit, I mean, come on, guys. The spirit cannot just be taken out of the body, okay, and written somewhere else. Okay. That's not how it works. All right. That's bullshit. All right. The CD doesn't matter. What the fuck? So your body doesn't matter? See, these guys hate themselves. They hate their body. They hate their own flesh. That's why they're trying to transcend the body, these transhumanists. They hate humanity. They hate nature. They're misanthropes. Okay. Obviously. Okay. The CD doesn't matter. It can be copied an indefinite number of times. So, what could we do to achieve immortality? The same thing we can do to preserve the music on a rare, one of a kind CD. Make backup copies. Make backup copies? Okay, are those copies? Say you make a copy of a file. Is that copy of a file you then? I mean, there's so many problems. You know what I mean? Is that copy of a file the same as a file? You know, in other words, and while the technology to upload a mind doesn't exist yet, why are they capitulating to mind now? They just said soul. They went for the whole shebang, and now they're saying mind. The technology to upload a mind doesn't exist yet. I wonder why that is. Why does the technology to not to upload a mind not exist yet? Could it be because they haven't clearly defined what a mind is? You got a big gap there in what you're trying to achieve. It's quixotic. Research in artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and cognitive science, as well as developments in computer hardware, are taking us in the right direction. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're not going to be able to recreate the mind in terms of machines, okay? Because a machine already has a mind, okay, and it's not capable of doing the same things that a human mind does. What they want to do is create a machine that thinks like a human. Okay, that's not going to happen. Okay, machines will think in their own way. Okay, and humans will think in their own way. The best bet they're going to get is to combine the human beings with the machines, folks. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to have machines that think like humans, but they are going to have millions of human beings behaving and thinking like machines, and they already do. They already do. Look around you. Look around you. Mind uploading is also a possible side effect of improvements in human computer interfaces as direct links. See, that's what I just said. It's going to have to be a, you know, CMI, computer mind interface, right? Mind uploading, okay, as direct links between the brain and the computer hardware could lead to a gradual merging of biological and non-biological components of mind. At some point, enough information could exist in the non-biological portion that destruction of the biological brain has no impact on the personality or identity. Destruction of the biological brain. Such a nice, clean way to say, quote unquote, killing the animal. He says, Alexander Bolonkin, formerly of the U.S. Air Force and National Aeronautics of Space Administration, writes, an immortal person. Oh shit, I gotta fucking plug my goddamn laptop in. Plug my laptop in. Let me play a song for you guys so I could do this here. But yeah, I'm gonna smoke and plug my laptop in. Thank you guys for joining us, man. You know what I mean? All right. But yeah, man, you know, it's going down, man. It's going down in the AM, folks. Uncle Fatty, thank you for being here. Gary Baxter, thank you for being here. Hanko Flamia, bless your heart. 23 people in the house. It's only 9 a.m. Bless you guys, man. You Don't Know by Drexia. What's up? We continue reading our anti-tech writings here. Excuse me. Bless you guys. Destruction of the biological brain. Alexander Bolonkin, formerly U.S. Air Force and National Aeronautics and Space Administration, writes, an immortal person made of chips and supersolid materials will have incredible advantages in comparison with common people. An E-man, quote unquote, E-man, will need no food, no dwelling, no air, no sleep, no rest, no ecologically pure environment. This latter is certain to come in handy, all things considered. See that? Technology is saving us from nature. There's that old thing there, you know, it's a key thing. Such a being will be able to travel into space or walk on the seafloor with no aqua lungs. It will not be possible to destroy an artificial person with any kind of weapons, since it will be possible to copy the information of his mind and then keep it separately. Okay. That's somebody from the U.S. Air Force, Aeronautics and Space Administration. Bolonkin is, of course, describing a wet dream of those in charge of any police state. He believes that such transition to immortality, e-creatures, will be possible in 10 to 20 years. The number of e-creatures will be growing and the number of people diminishing until it gets into the minimum necessary for the zoos and small reservations. In all likelihood, the feeling that e-creatures may have toward humans as their ancestors will be fading away until they become comparable to their own attitude towards apes and even bugs. Okay, so obviously somebody who has the opinion, okay, that human beings should be eradicated, okay, and that we're going to end up as zoo animals, okay, and they're working in the higher echelons of our, administrative government, maybe we should fire them and maybe they should be cleaning up monkey shit at the zoo instead of having that job. Since they are misanthropes and they want to deliver a death blow to humanity and they're evil scientists, maybe they should be shunned. Anybody ever think of that? Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I cannot speak for this attitude towards apes. Say this is not Jensen and Drafan again, towards apes, except to say that it seems to mirror the culture's attitude towards all those it puts in zoos and reservations, in the furnaces, in the slash piles of clear cuts, or back in the ocean dead and by catch. Bolonkin continues. Okay. So these are going to be, these machine e-creature humans are going to be the super goyim. Essentially, this is a trope that the ability to keep souls alive will be achieved by highly civilized countries first. In this case, they will prohibit torturing sinners as they prohibit torturing criminals nowadays. Furthermore, criminal investigations will be simplified a lot. Judicial mistakes will be excluded. It will be possible to access a soul consciousness and see every little detail of this or that action. So there goes your quote unquote individuality. Right? Now, what's to say they can't hack into your brain after that's possible? A simple scan of your computer disk and those in power will know everything about you. The federal government pumps $700 million a year into National Nanotechnology Initiative, 1/3 of which goes to the Pentagon, making it one of the largest recipients of federal research money, along with the quote unquote war on cancer and militarization of space. When something inevitably goes haywire, nanotechnology could even, according to some of the strongest boosters, lead to covering the entire planet with self-replicating quote unquote gray goo. Gray goo. What experts call quote unquote global ecophagy, the eating of the earth. Oh, as K. Eric Drexler, author of Engines of Creation, The Coming Era of Nanotechnology, and one of the most vociferous supporters of nanotech vision, puts it, assembler-based replicators could beat the most advanced modern organisms. Quote unquote plants with quote unquote leaves no more efficient than today's solar cells could outcompete real plants, crowding the biosphere with an inedible foliage. Tough omnivorous quote unquote bacteria could outcompete real bacteria. They could spread like blowing pollen, replicate swiftly, and reduce the biosphere to dust in a matter of days. Dangerous replicators could easily be too tough, small, and rapidly spreading to stop, at least if we made no preparation. We have trouble enough containing viruses and fruit flies. Well, that sounds like an interesting problem to try to manage. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Self-replicating nanobots that turn the fucking planet into cosmic dust, folks. A horror scenario outlined by K. Eric Drexler. K. Eric Drexler. Do you guys know who K. Eric Drexler is? He actually works for MIT. Okay. He actually works for MIT and is one of the forefathers of nanotechnology. And, you know, this is an interesting interview with him and Ray Kurzweil, one of the founders of transhumanist philosophy. Okay. Let's take a look at this. You guys want to take a look at this with me? Thank you for joining us, guys. You know, we're looking at real shit here. You know, other motherfucking shows, you know, they talk about other people, they talk about other people's shows, they talk about fucking lots of random stuff. They talk about YouTube influencers, they talk about online conspiracy theories, fake shit, poison the fucking well with all this nonsense. Okay, what about the shit that the experts are saying to try to delude people, the real ideologies, the objective factor of power in our age? You know, where are the shows, okay, talking about that? Okay. Are there any shows or avenues linking any of that information about historical mysteries, about the medieval world, medieval philosophy, accelerationism, Discordianism, any of these topics that you see people ranting about? Okay. Are there any shows that outline where these ideologies actually arose?
I'm Eric Drexler, and
What I'm trying to say is, let me know, because I'm trying to watch those shows with you guys. Shit. Shit.
I was drawn into the field of what's now called nanotechnology when I was a student at MIT back in the 1970s. And the center of my work has been understanding what physics tells us about technologies that don't exist today, but that could be developed in the future.
Can you just speak a little bit about the history of nanotechnology from the first stirrings of the idea to your own work and what
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No, of course, it's our choice. You know, it's our choice. I mean, it's our choice to go to the grocery store and buy food that lacks nutrition. But that's not the question I'm proposing. I'm proposing the question, why the grocery store? And why are 90% of the products in the grocery store made of the same shit, made of the same materials? Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's really what piques my interest, you know? Not that we can go to the grocery store and pick what we want to buy, but why is there grocery stores? Who put them there and why? You know what I mean? I already watched those. I already watched those ones. Well, Louis Rossman, I have no idea who that is. Stephen Wolfram, I watch him. I watch him all the time. Yeah. I watch him all the time. You know, yeah. But bless you guys, man. Here's Ray Kurzweil talking to Drexler.
what we've done since then.
What I tend to think of it as is the steady progress that people have made in control of the structure of matter at a very fine scale, and in particular with atomic.
Okay, control of the structure of matter, okay, which is molecular engineering or nanotechnology, right?
Precision. It was more than 100 years ago that chemists started designing and deliberately building atomically precise nanostructures in the form of synthetic molecules. Progress in understanding that grew with quantum mechanics. It grew with the growth in techniques in chemistry. The understanding of what can be done grew with the understanding of molecular biology, molecular machinery in cells. In 1959, Feynman famously pointed out that one ought to be able to build machinery that.
So there's two things that actually propelled this. One is quantum physics, you know, that they could make synthetic molecular structures, right? And then also by mimicking the biological world, you know, because there's extremely complex nanotechnology that's responsible for life, you know, for the functioning of living cells, right? Things like RNA and those types of things, right? You know, often the structure of RNA has been compared to complex machines. You know, we'll look at that in a minute, huh?
Maneuver things with enough precision to build molecules in a controlled way. Then later, I published my 1981 paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences that said, hey, given the technologies that we see emerging, it seems there's a path open to building the sorts of things, developing the kinds of capabilities that Feynman pointed to, and outlining a range of applications that went beyond what had been discussed before. Subsequent to that, I had a series of publications. People became more and more interested. The label nanotechnology became very popular. People promptly found that it could be applied to areas of chemistry, molecular biology, material science, fine-scale lithography of the sort that we now see in your computer. Desktop computers can now be called nanotechnology quite legitimately by present definitions.
What was the main idea in your engines of creation 20 years ago, and how far have we come in proving the feasibility of these ideas and implementing them?
That there's a pathway open from our present technology, step by step through more advanced fabrication technologies, that starts with atomically precise things we can build today and moves toward a very broad ability to manipulate matter at the molecular scale, building atomically precise systems with high performance. Since 1981, we've seen enormous progress, both in understanding what can be achieved and in laying foundations, moving forward toward these objectives. Since then, at the theoretical level, the use of computational modeling techniques to understand what physics tells us can be built by carefully arranged molecular structures has shown that we can build computational systems that are far denser than we have today, materials that are far stronger, and so on. At the experimental level, we've seen progress from being able to make only relatively small and simple molecular structures to being able to design and fabricate structures on a scale of thousands to millions of atoms in a precise organization. And this is building on molecular machinery and biology. The expectation looking forward is that we'll be able to use that ability to make molecular machines, like those found inside the cell, that take simple molecular building blocks, put them together, and make building blocks that can then be put together to make larger systems.
So really, the most, I guess you want to say, the thing that really propelled this advancement is the study of biology, biological, quote unquote, machines. Okay. And that's what's going on. Okay. That they reverse engineered by looking at the human. And it's the same thing with the computers. You know, they had to look at the mind, how human beings think, and then create computers. Okay. Because they wanted to model thought processes. Okay. Okay. And this is how they theorize that a number of switches, you know, you could have a machine perform certain logical functions, you know, through different switches, you know, and this is why they how they proposed the first computer, you know.
Let's talk a little bit about what the potential of this would be. One thing we can build is very powerful computers. So could you give us some idea of the comparison of the computers we could build ultimately using nanotechnology to what we have today?
In the area of computation, there's a very conservative design for computational systems that can be the basis for building computers that are comparable in power to modern CPUs, but occupy approximately 1 cubic micron. And putting the power of a modern-day computer, modern-day CPU, into a cubic micron lets you deliver that kind of computational power in a volume that's about 1/1000th that of one of the cells in your body. And I think that says something about the kinds of tools that will be available for biomedical instrumentation
I keep forgetting to drop
in the future.
Now, another promise of this technology is
I keep forgetting to drop the link. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second here. Let me drop this out. Yeah, you guys come up here and have a conversation with me if you want. Bless you guys, man.
to have basically tabletop factories, but factories that are not big buildings, but that sit on a table that can make what?
Macroscopic kilogram scale objects in which the components and materials are as good or better than the best that you find in experimental laboratories today. That means, for example, materials that are 50 times stronger than what the space shuttle is built out of. Computers where, again, a CPU can fit into a cubic micron. And looking at the costs of these products, you could look at the energy required, you can look at the materials required, you can look at the cost of capital, labor, et cetera. The costs seem to come out somewhere in the dollars per kilogram range, which is rather inexpensive considering that the capabilities will be beyond today's state of the art.
So basically, physical products become information. I mean, right now you can take an information file and create a movie or a music recording or a book. So we'll be able to take information files that describe some physical object and create most of the things we need in our daily lives.
Yes, the way to think of this is very much as a nanoscale components being the starting point for manufacturing of the sort that we see in macroscopic factories. And increasingly, those factories are automated systems that are using processes that were designed in an automated way by software to make products that were designed in software. One concept for how a nanofactory could be organized to have high productivity, despite the fact that the materials being handled are at the scale of individual molecules, would be to have a two-dimensional array of micron scale, actually somewhat smaller devices that are processing small molecular fragments. They would put these parts together to make larger structures. The next layer would put those together to make larger structures, and so on. So you would have many trillions in the first layer, progressively fewer, progressively larger products until out the other end, you would have things at the macroscopic scale. And if you just do the physics-based analysis of that, you find that the production rates can be very high, that a system that sits on your desktop could produce its own mass in sophisticated products in a matter of hours.
Neil Gershenfeld has a concept called Fab Lab and refers to your work actually as the goal, and he articulates his own vision of a roadmap, basically going from what he currently has is sort of multi-micrometer features, micron features, to finer and finer features, ultimately down to multi-nanometer features.
Well, broadly speaking, there have been two ways of approaching control of matter at the nanoscale. One is top-down, which generally hasn't given atomically precise control, but is moving down toward a scale that is similar. The other one is bottom-up. You start with atomic precision, and you build larger and larger, more and more intricate structures as you go along. The top-down approach, which I gather is what Neil is pursuing, I think is likely to sort of meet in the middle with the building up from the molecular scale.
How do you see these two worlds interacting? I mean, can we learn lessons from biology? Can we actually use components from biology? Can we take biological systems like cells or ribosomes and modify them to create other nanomachines? What's the interaction between the biological world and what we're trying?
Yeah, you know, the whole model for what a self-replicating machine is already there within biology. You know, you look at RNA and DNA. I mean, you have embedded in it is a something that not only engineers on a molecular level, like they stated, but also replicates, self-replicates. So of course the mechanisms in which it does this is very complex, based on those animals, but these genes are constantly replicating themselves inside the human body, whether or not there's the act of procreation going on, so these are to a certain extent self-replicating machines. So of course, when they engineer such things, I mean, it's not only clear that their goal is to combine human beings with the machines, but also to reverse engineer the machines so that they behave more like biological components and less like machines. So it's a dual level attack there.
Yeah, but ever since we started picking up sticks, we already combined ourselves with machines.
Well, tools, but not machines, because a stick is not an automated,
It's a simple machine.
A stick?
Yes, it gives us a mechanical advantage. So we
Yeah.
use it as a
yeah.
lever.
Yeah,
So
it gives us it gives us a mechanical advantage. It's a tool. It can be used in terms of mechanism, but you would have to apply the mechanism to it. Whereas a machine is something that performs mechanism without that. You wouldn't have to, like, for example, if you just press a button and then it just does what it does, so the process there is automated, to a certain extent. I mean, automation, large scale automation, and then that leads to also the word automaton, which is something that is auto-regulated. You know what I mean? And you see that a stick is not. Right? A stick is simply, withering away until somebody.
But you said in this presentation, technology is just a derivative from technique.
Technique,
so
exactly.
Swinging a stick is a technique. So
using the stick would be a technique, but the stick itself, yes.
Yeah, but if we just make, like, I think since we got batteries, we could make a stick that kind of uses itself using power that's already stored somewhere. Then you got your automated thing.
Yeah, and that's
combining a few simple machines together.
Yeah, that's why this is so interesting, because it's blurring the lines between nature and technology, but also biology and machines. Because what they're saying really is that they want to recreate machines in the image of man, but they're also saying that what exists as biology is already mechanisms that they want
Yes.
to use to replicate. So it is a fascinating and paradoxical enterprise, you know, but it is, you know, ingenious to a certain extent, because of the way it's going, you know. But yeah, it is fascinating, and I want to play that that clip of you totally dunking on Snafu yesterday on the Talcott show because when you hit him with that line, when you said, "Man, I know how to take the glasses off," I was like, "Oh shit, Hank, that was pretty genius, bro." But yeah, man, bless.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, bless. Yeah, we're gonna play that after this. But yeah,
Trying to create.
The most central interaction, from my point of view, is the use of the molecular machinery found in cells, programmable productive machinery, to make components. Your cells contain ribosomes, which are programmable machine tools. They take in RNA, which has information from DNA. That RNA tape, its digital information, is used to direct the formation, the construction of protein molecules, which are little chunks of material that are about as strong and stiff as something.
I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about it at all because I don't want to get my stream shut down. But can you guys think of anything with having to do with RNA and nanotechnology recently? Anyways, guys.
Like
I'm
polycarbonate,
heavily on
or
Fauci.
epoxy. And they're the building blocks for molecular machinery in the cells. So you have a molecular machine that can be controlled to make components for more molecular machines. What we're learning to do is to program this biological machinery to make components that fit together to make structures designed by scientists and engineers. At present, one of the most impressive technologies is called structural DNA nanotechnology, which uses DNA not as an information molecule, not as a genetic molecule, but as a structure. You have the double helix and you treat it as a cylindrical strut. They can be linked together by having strands cross over from one to another. And researchers have made structures on a scale of millions of atoms. I think, though, that will very rapidly.
Have you guys ever seen those videos where they look at the, like, inside the cell? And this shit will blow your fucking mind. And it's crazy. I mean, you see what's happening inside there? I mean, it's crazy, guys. I mean, this shit is no joke. Look at this fucking shit. Fuck that piano music. It's gonna make me depressed. It's the morning time, cocksuckers. We're not listening to fucking sad piano music. Right? But yeah, look at this shit. Good lord. Yeah, they do. They look like little factories, guys. I mean, what are these? They look like wires and scale. Like they're each little pods, little wires. I mean, this is how it goes, guys. Whole seas of this shit. Lipid raft. Look at this cocksucker.
I don't see a problem with us just copying the technology in our bodies and reusing it. I think it's okay.
Well,
but we're technically using it already just to live. So if it's bad, then we're bad just because we're already using it to exist.
How do you know? How do you know that they're not going to manipulate your cellular machinery through that technology?
They already do it now via my food.
Who does?
In my environment.
Right. But you have a choice whether to eat the food or not, right?
Well, I had to eat something. Well, I just
right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So they're modifying. Yeah, you're right. They're modifying our genes through the foods. But I'm talking about, you know, and many people have complained that has had adverse health effects. You know what I'm saying, Hank?
Yes.
You know, like for example, you know, you spray pesticides and stuff on the crops. You have to develop monoculture, right? And then the monoculture is susceptible to diseases, so you have to spray the pesticides. And then obviously the pesticides, you can't clean them off the food, so you're ingesting a certain level of them, and they're filled with endocrine disrupting chemicals.
Well, you can't clean up the food. You wash them under a sink with water. They tell you to do that.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, they tell you to do that. But I'm saying that, you know,
I think the some of the premises now with the GMO that they're just not. It's implied, but they're just not coming out and saying it. Is that part of the warfare of the future is bioengineered plagues or you know, bioterrorism or
Yeah,
something along those lines, and they're trying to basically imply that, you know, we can make our population immune to such attacks by fortifying their food, and it's still genetic alteration. It's still something that none of us have agreed to, right? But they're trying to play the role of the savior and saying, well, nukes or whatever are a warfare of the past. Now we have to worry about our populations being taken out by engineered plagues, be it nano engineered plagues or bioengineered plagues. So we need to fortify our food supplies, make sure the food can't be wiped out through such means, and also our population. But
so
the thing that actually made me want to get up here and say something is I wanted to point out the hypocrisy of the them tube, which is, it's not YouTube, it's them tube. Our boy freaking Drew just recently had some activity upon his channel for the first time in months, in which he restreamed a previous 2020 themed broadcast. It was actually from that year, and they were talking about all kinds of him and Davy Crocco were talking about this, and all they got was a little add-in in the box underneath their video that, you know, was updating you know what I mean, the little infographic that said, you know, if you talk about certain subjects, they go blah blah blah, blah. But our boy Machine Lies here, if we attempt to dispense medical information, they will attempt to strike down the video, whatnot. It's, you know, selective justice or whatever you want to call it, if you will. You know, it's just ridiculous.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? You know, I can't even believe that. And then the same people come on my stream and try to spread the medical information, no misinformation, get my channel striked, knowing that those tools are being used against them, and they're supposed to be waking people up. I mean, it's like so much for being a free thinker, folks. Go ahead and restream that old bullshit. You know, we gonna keep it moving. I mean, that's what it is. You know, yeah, yeah, it might be because of the brown skin. I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, but Drew's like a fucking Mexican himself, so I don't know what the fuck is
Yeah,
going on.
in denial.
Yeah,
He tries to promote himself.
yeah, I know. He called himself white. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god. I was like, that's not. Yeah, yeah, but it is what it is. You know. But yeah, Drew Berger. You know, you know, sad man, sad. But yeah. But yeah, I love this topic, you know, biological machines. You know what I mean? And Eric Drexler, you know, he also gave a TED talk on that. This shit is scary as fuck, you know. But his
yeah, I want to say something real quick before we move on.
yeah,
So Cecil said nukes are the weapon of the past, and bioengineering is the weapon of the future, and he's wrong. Both are weapons of the present, and we had bioengineering much longer than we had nukes. We had poison much longer than we have nukes. In fact, we're not using nukes now because we just agreed not to do it. We put them in Ubers here. We're doing OU. So
right. I wasn't speaking in like hard actualities. What I was speaking in is like the way in which the powers that be or whatever are viewing these weapons. And actually, that's almost a direct quote from Bill Gates. Bill Gates himself came out and said, he was like showing pictures of a mushroom cloud, and he's like, this is, you know, we used to think of warfare like this, and then he shows a picture of a molecule of a freaking germ molecule, and he's like, this is warfare now. So I know we still have them, but actually there have been
Bill Gates used viruses already through his tenure of Microsoft, so he's an expert in virus spam.
Yeah, I don't understand how this idiot thinks that, you know, you stole Windows from somebody else and now you're a freaking computer science specialist, and now mid-career all of a sudden we're just gonna shift and now you're an expert virologist, and now he's buying
let's drop it. Let's drop that subject like it's hot. But yeah, the thing is that I do like the interesting angle that he went with before that a lot of people were showing about environmentalism and population control. And that ties in, that ties into a lot of this too, because a lot of the environmentalism and population control angle has to do with you know, not only the spread of diseases, but also the development of new and rare technologies that could help us in terms of if some shit went down, you know. And that's one of the things that they're trying to develop here is this nanotechnology shit, because see, we can't get at the issue, but we can go around the issue and talk about the topics that are related to what they're talking about. And just by doing that, we're getting to the heart of the matter, because it's like, look, all of these things are linked. They want to develop intelligent machines. They want to develop nanotechnology. They want to mimic human biology. They want to study pharmacogenomics. You know why? Because it's about humanity destroying nature and technology that we develop, saving nature from humanity. See, that's what these people actually believe in, you know. So first they believe you know, and this actually comes from Hegel, who said that the antithesis of mind is nature and the synthesis is spirit, you know. I believe
Yes,
something like that, you know?
but Hegel is a monist, so they're not following Hegel's narrative. They're following Abrahamic dualist narrative.
Well, materialists are monistic, you know, because they're just naturalistic monism. You know, they just follow naturalistic monism. They believe there's one stuff and it's physical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I believe it's one stuff, it's mine, and that's what Hegel believed as well.
Yeah. Then you can go, well, with Hegel, you could go to a dual aspect monism of Spinoza, where nature is mind, you know, and those are two sides of the same coin, essentially, you know, for both Hegel and for Spinoza. And I think that that's what these guys actually, you know, the higher echelon of these guys, they actually believe in that. They believe in
dualism, monism is dualism in disguise. They're not dualistic monism.
I agree with your assessment there. Yeah, that's a very astute assessment.
But they're not dualist. They're monist. But there's people who will try to assume dualistic monism so they can keep their dualism, even though it's gone. The dualism's gone. It doesn't make any sense.
Precisely.
Machine, I've talked to you about in the past. I think that they're trying to get us towards like the next age where we can all live in like cyberpunk or whatever the fuck, right? But I've talked to you before about there's a couple of video games where they talk about nanite plagues, basically, and like it can be like a method of like control. You know, like of getting rid of unwanted eaters or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, 0K, free and open source RTS game has like Nanolade as a base mechanic. It uses a build stuff, and it has a great goo unit called puppies that eat dead machines and clone themselves.
Yep.
What is the name of this game?
It's 0K. 0-K It's a free and open source RTS game based on the Spring engine.
Okay. Cool. The famous game that I always quote is one that's been around since the turn of the century. It's called Deus Ex. Where there's like that game is like Truth Drop the game. It's a
Yeah, I heard a lot about it. Yeah, I heard a lot about it. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
I would definitely like look into that.
Resident Evil 4 is like that too. Resident Evil 4 is like, oh shit, yo.
Yeah, I agree on Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit.
But they reveal in the Resident Evil games that the zombie apocalypse is not actually being like there is bioengineering there, but they eventually reveal that one of the reanimating tools that they use to create zombies is actually a type of parasite that they've cultivated through various means of like that they had from like ancient times that they found in like tombs that were dormant or whatever. I thought that was kind of an interesting twist on it.
Yeah, and I am taking a little break in a minute, play some music and do some other shit so I can smoke some weed here. But yeah, let's listen to some more of this video here because this shit gets weirder and weirder. He just now started talking about RNA. So if anybody's ears didn't perk up when he said that, I don't know what world you're living in, probably under a fucking rock, but yeah.
They find that the non-biological materials are, for engineering purposes, better. And at that point, biology will be more teaching us lessons and being an area of application. Early products I would expect to include a wide range of instruments that are useful for biomedical applications, for example.
You've talked about the interplay between nanotechnology and artificial intelligence and which might be first and how one might help the other. Can you comment on the interplay between these two revolutions?
It's certainly possible to develop nanotechnology, advanced nanotechnologies, without AI. On the other hand, if you have advanced nanotechnologies, they will give enormously more computational power, which should be an aid to developing AI. And if you had advanced AI, it would be something that could be a great aid to design and therefore would facilitate progress in nanotechnology. So neither one is necessary to the other. Either one can help the other.
A few decades ago, there was a conference, the Silmar conference, that established some ethical guidelines to keep.
I just think it's weird that they talked about safety and ethics as like the seventh or eighth thing. it's like like that should have been like the first thing they mentioned.
Here's the thing. You have to have a context first before you can talk about safety coherently. So I understand why they talked safety so late, because they had to introduce a whole bunch of other concepts first before we can understand what even safety means in this context.
But so, I'm saying, like, before he said, like, oh, we can manipulate life this way, we can manipulate human biology this way. they didn't say like, oh, that might be totally unethical, guys. Like, how about that? But like, yeah, they didn't even mention it. I just find that a little bit. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Hank. That they had to lay out like, the basic, like, just show what's possible there. Because if somebody just says nanotechnology, you could really come up with anything. They'd be like, what? You're talking about tiny machines? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about SD cards? Like, it's like me starting a presentation about backing up a computer, but I didn't go over turning it on and why I want a computer. So that's what he talked about safety now instead of earlier, because otherwise it just wouldn't make enough sense.
I see. Yeah. 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 Right. For sure. Yeah.
Genetic technology, the idea of biologically modifying viruses, safe, and they've actually worked very well for 3 decades now. What role do you see ethical standards playing in nanotechnology, and what do you see as the keys of safety issues to keep this very powerful technology safe?
Looking at terrorism, I think the first thing to observe is this is a very sophisticated technology that will be in the hands of governments, corporations, long before it's in the hands of people who are in smaller groups and are outside the sphere of open technology development and activity. At some point, though, powerful technologies, as we've seen, tend to diffuse, tend to become widely available. And there are often things that can be done with them that one very much wants to suppress. And I think that if we
Hey, I can't hear you. Unmute, please.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. But yeah, it just sounds like he's going for you're not gonna be able to stop it. It might end up in the hands of terrorists. He's having a hard time answering this particular question. It seems like he's just saying once the cat's out of the bag, there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of what he's going with. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Which is why you always want to be progressive, so you can have leverage. You want to have control of the stick rather than say, "I'm just going to try to stick my heels in," because we can tell from history that that doesn't work for long. So you want to I guess like judo, redirect that energy till you can get control back rather than just stall and stall.
Wait. So you're saying that? Wait, what are you saying, Hank? Say that again. I mean, I don't even know.
I'm saying you have to redirect that energy and get control, because just stalling will eventually fail.
Stalling what?
And anything at all. It's just you watch some fights. If you just block the whole time, you probably aren't going to win.
I guess what you're trying to say is that we should get ahead of the problem before it gets too complex.
Yes, or get ahead of problem before it gets too complex for us to get a foot in on the ball, rather than just naysay, stall, deflect the whole time, because that's not effective.
But this is the thing with large scale technologies that that can be used and administered by anyone, and we're talking about maybe not individuals. Obviously any individual is not have the capability of creating nuclear power or nanotechnology or any of these things, but other people's governments sure do. And how will we stop once the technology is available for them to reverse engineer similar means and use it against us? That's the problem. It becomes the same with any type of weapons technology. It becomes the same with any types of information technology.
So individuals can finish up the process. I mean, with the supply chain, it makes you can get a whole bunch of things that a parts should put together. You just need to build it together like Legos. I mean, a kid built a nuclear reactor in his parents' basement. So with the power of supply chain, the individual could at least finish the process started by thousands of other people.
Well, that actually makes it more dangerous.
Yes, that it does make more dangerous. So you want to stay ahead and have more leverage when just say no, 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 because someone can probably just sneak one past you otherwise. So just want to be far enough ahead that you can just block the thing. Then but not just
Yeah,
have your hands out.
but this is a little different than stopping a problem that's already been created and getting ahead of it. This is creating a problem and then not being able to stop it. Right? You get what I mean, right?
Oh,
Right? Because these
ad
tools
block.
don't exist. Yeah, these tools don't exist. They're making them now. You know.
Well, some companies might say ad block is one of those problems, and well, too bad.
Wait, what was that? Say that again.
Some companies might say ad block is one of those problems, but I would say too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, have cake and it eats you. Yeah, pretty much. With the all-devouring gray goo that's gonna come out of this fucking thing. Yeah.
We look at the future, where technologies are going, even without nanotechnology, just with Moore's law progress. We're seeing a greater and greater density of sensors and communication systems. I think that the concern that people should have downstream a decade or two isn't that there will be terrorists doing things that threaten them, but rather that systems that have been put in place to, among other things, suppress terrorism will have succeeded and may be used to suppress things that they would prefer not be suppressed. So people have been saying that terrorism will be a long, open-ended war. If you look at this from the perspective of technology, I think that even without nanotechnology, that we're moving toward a world of intensive network surveillance systems that will be able to suppress whatever people want to suppress. Terrorism is very much a passing problem, and that our concerns should be focused on how to manage the technologies that will make terrorism no longer be a problem, how to deal with the world in which there is that degree of ability to observe what people are doing and to control human action. One answer to the question of why people should develop nanofactories is that at some point it will be so easy that it will be the obvious thing to do. People right now are developing increasingly sophisticated nanotechnologies because, well, there's interesting science in developing some of the components, and there are practical applications. Every step is a step in increasing the control of the structure of matter. That's been sort of the story of much of technology for a long time. So progress in this general direction is a natural, spontaneous unfolding of technological advance in a worldwide sense. Another facet is taking the Moore's law progress further than can be done with semiconductor processing. Another facet is looking at the cost reductions that we expect to see from these technologies, and the very small resource requirements and the ease of providing power using solar cells that can be made with the same technology. This will provide a basis for taking everyone in the world, people who are dirt poor today, and providing them with a standard of living that's far beyond what we have in the developed world today, and with less ecological impact. I think that the most important thing to understand about all of this is that the technologies that we're moving toward will be very different, very much more capable than the ones we have today. That will certainly raise some new problems, but it will also give the ability to solve what today are regarded as some very large and intractable problems, including things at the scale of climate change, changing our energy system in a fundamental and large-scale way. So when I look at the world, I see a set of urgent problems that is really quite different from the ones that dominate public debate today. The greatest difficulty that I see in developing advanced nanotechnologies is a difficulty that's more cultural, really, than scientific or technological. What we're looking at here is the emergence of a new field of engineering from an area that has been a set of areas, convergence of areas, that have been in the field of science. Scientists are used to working in small teams, exploring new frontiers. Engineers, to build large systems, work in larger teams, and they seek their challenges in taking known phenomena, known components, and building new systems of sorts that haven't been seen yet. So having a culture of systems engineering, developing that in the world of nanoscale technologies, I think is one of the greatest challenges we have today. Regarding the question...
That is such a kind of a strange way to put that. A cultural issue, you know, due to, and he didn't really specify what he meant by that, but he kind of alluded to the fact that there's a different scale of expertise in terms of the engineers and the scientists. So the engineers are working on problems in the field and the scientists are working on problems in the lab. And the scientists work in small groups and the engineers work in large teams. So he's talking about combining these various disciplines. He's talking about a problem in the compartmentalization of knowledge and interdisciplinary circles and all of that kind of stuff. So it's just fascinating that the same compartmentalization and kind of a rule of experts that created the problem is now becoming a problem itself, you know, for the people who are trying to develop new technologies, you know.
It's been the form for centuries. I mean, this,
oh yeah, of
this
course.
talked about in the book Mythical Man Month in relation to software development, but this goes all the way through science and engineering.
Yeah, it goes all the way down the middle because it's a problem between, and we talked about this on our last shows where we talked about the theoretical and applied scientists, the indiminishable gap that exists there between these two things, and how theory and application often have you know, philosophical differences, you know, and ideological restraints that go far beyond you know, the initial stages of programming. We're talking about a conflict that goes all the way to the heart of philosophy, to the conflict of Plato and Aristotle, and the division between math and logic, you know, with you know, science on the one end and language on the other end, you know. But yeah, let's go ahead and this video is almost done.
Question of whether the singularity is near, I think it's in one sense very hard to say. But what I think is clear, and what I think is widely believed by people who are thinking about history and the development of technology with sufficient perspective, is that on a historical timescale, we are very close to an unprecedented and enormous and swift transformation of human life and the world.
What the hell? Okay, well, there you guys go. Some crazy stuff.
Okay, do you mind do this the Talcott video next?
Yeah, we're gonna do the Talcott video next. After I smoke some weed, we get to trigger Snafu Snaps. Where you at, brother?
Oh, Officer Snaps is right in the chat, accusing me of denying God. I'm just saying his God's not the right God for me because they promote ignorance.
Come through, Snafu. Snafu. And also all the other people in the chat, Adam Lanza, you know, Mitch Lovin, you know, Gary Baxter, you know, you guys feel free to hop up on the panel. You know, I'd love to talk to you guys, you know, and anybody. And I know that and thank you for being here, Sterling Ray. Bless you. You know, all you other guys, Richard Madsen. Thank you, man. Bless you, man. Yeah, irradiated would mean subject to radiation. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, here he is. Yo,
Hey,
what's up, son?
TML, the only
What
one
up?
Hank is donking is some gay witchcraft fuckers. He ain't donking old Snafu.
Well, no, I thought you said we were fucking mannequins. You know, that's the thing, though. You know.
Oh no, he's admitted he's into gay. He does have mannequin sex torsos. He's a sex freak.
Well, he's not. Well, he's not
freak
into.
loop.
He's not into gay. It's just.
No,
cheaper.
he's gay. He admitted like bisexual is the word to use, right, Hank? You bisexual witch.
No, it's practical. It's because men are cheaper. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's true.
The fact is, he doesn't know what natural law is. He's a fucking.
Wait, hold on. Everybody's talking at the same time. Hank, you go first, and then
yes,
Snafu, you
it's true. The machine lies. Men are cheaper. You can go on Grindr and get a blowjob for free. It's
Yeah,
in your
you're a
price
fucking
range.
sick
Officer
fucking
Snap.
gay witch. And you
It's in
deny
your price
God.
range.
And you
Officer
think it's
Snap. You don't
TML. He
need to be
denies
jealous.
God and laughs about it. You think that's funny, but you should know. You should know TML. It's not a joke. He's a fucking Fruit Loop that denies God. Fucking
I do
witchcraft.
not deny God. I affirm
It's
God.
a witchcraft. Yeah, you deny God, you dumb fuck. You admitted it a few times.
Yeah, but so do the scientists that we were just watching. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You know,
Yeah, but you're
we
not
live in a
sitting
world.
next to the scientists that you're watching.
Wait, what happened?
You're not sitting right next to the scientists you're watching. Fucking again, my whole thing is Hank, that smile on your face will be wiped away when your time comes, and the only donking you're doing is some gay Fruit Loop
But look,
shit. You
hold
ain't
on.
donking on the crew.
But hold on. Here's the thing. If I'm sitting here and I'm talking about technology and science, right, and all this stuff, and anybody's allowed to come up, right?
Never said that they weren't.
Right. And if Hank is here talking with me, right, and you're here talking with me, right, then how does that make me or you sitting next to Hank?
Again, wheat and tear. You gonna stand next to someone who denies God, TML? Come on, wheat and tear.
so are you?
I worked with Muslims, especially in prison, dude.
I know,
Okay,
but
them
so are you,
motherfuckers
though.
don't even play. You're like a light-hearted Muslim. That's what I would consider you. Most Muslims would be like, "Fuck this fucking Fruit Loop motherfucker, dude." They would fucking check his ass.
You're like a
wreck his
lighthearted.
ass.
You're like a lighthearted Christian because Christ says, "Love your enemies," but you're here.
Right, and do I love my enemies enough to fucking cupcake with them? No.
Right, but you don't even
No.
follow your own Christian shit.
You're
Well, no,
again,
and again, I wouldn't consider myself Christian. The word Christian, I don't consider myself Christian.
Yeah, we know you're a double
Come on
again.
now, bro. Yo, that's bullshit, bro. You don't even.
I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe, but Christian, I don't know.
Bro, you're not even Christian. What mantle are you standing on and saying this shit to everybody? Who gives a fuck, bro?
Well, who gives a fuck? Those who deny Christ, sitting right next to those who fucking promote fucking
like you're not a
gay.
Christian,
You think Adam and Steve fucking created everything? No, I'm telling you, did Adam and Steve create shit? TML. That's how Hank believes the world should work, right? Adam and Steve.
I would have said you're absolutely Christian the way you're coming off on everybody, bro. What the fuck?
My base is Christian, I guess you could say. My base, but I have a different understanding. Because like I said, the stories with the baby in the fucking basket, the resurrection, all these things that have already been told versus that are in this Christian theology now, so to speak, doctrine. Like I get, that's why I said Proverbs 3:5 is one of my favorites. Trust the Lord with all your heart and lean not in your own understanding, to an extent.
Right.
Okay. So I do really find that. But again, there is a huge difference between denying God, denying a creator, higher power, and being unnatural, being aligned with unnatural shit. Versus what our creator has provided and what it is for. And you should know the difference.
Yo, Snafu, I feel you, Holmes, and I feel how you're coming at the situation, and you're trying to do the thing, but I'm talking about if you don't have a consistent standard, then you could criticize whatever you want, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, my consistent standard is, the creator is there, the higher power, God, Jesus, whatever, again, these people like Hank deny God, but then they also promote their anti-natural, unnatural bullshit.
Bro, you're
so
talking
off the snaps. You might know one of my favorites.
Hey, guys, can I talk? Look, if you don't have a consistent standard, if you just say God or Jesus or whatever, like you just fucking said, then that is not a consistent standard, my friend. It's just
Okay,
not.
I have a consistent standard for me, right?
It's not.
But
Even-
but
even
I can't
Hank-
sit here and
even
say
even Hank has a more consistent standard than you do, my friend.
Consistency of Adam and Steve, two dingleberries donking on each other, creating creation, right? What are they creating? Butthole fucking widening? What are they creating? Booty dirty dicks?
Look. Here's your problem. You're criticizing somebody else's beliefs while you have.
Yeah,
no
I'm criticizing Adam and
Hold
Steve
on, hold
belief.
on,
Yep,
hold on.
unnatural, mental illness. Gayness is
No,
mental illness.
Mental illness. It's mental illness to go and criticize other people while not having a standard, and then
No, it's a mental illness to be gay.
And your
And
own
mental illness is
standard.
psychology is fake. Psychology is not science. Now,
No, you're mentally ill. If you think Adam and Steve is okay, you're mentally ill.
45:7.
No, look. It's A, you don't have a standard. B, you don't know what the fuck Hank believes. You know what I'm saying? And like it'd be cool if you figured out his beliefs and then we're like, all right, I really disagree with that shit.
I don't think I think he needs to. I think he's searching. I think he doesn't believe in anything. He's admitted what he.
I know, but so are you. You're searching too. You don't really understand what you're searching for. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like God or Jesus or whatever, like you stated, bro. So I'm just figuring out, like, look, we gotta go with, like, we gotta open up these questions, Snafu. That's what we're doing here. You get to the bottom of what Hank believes. Get to the bottom of what Snafu believes. Get to the bottom of what the Machine Lies believes. But if we're just gonna assume things about everybody, we're not going to get anywhere, Holmes. You're muted, Holmes. First of all, you fell out and in, and now you're muted. Snafu.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a turn again. So my favorite passage in the Bible right now is Isaiah 45:7. It's short. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Right, but that's not a standard either, Hank. You know, it's just like whatever goes. It's like,
yeah, I know it's not standard, but
I definitely have a standard. TML. My standard is definitely the wheat and tear. Fucking these beast system fucking fucktards. You can't tell me I don't. Pedo pogo all the time. You already know.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
You're the one cupcaking with these demonic fucks.
Right.
You're the one fucking, and I get it, being a fisher of men. But the fact still doesn't count that they're demonic fucks. Does your God and Jesus approve of sexual fucking immorality? Does your God approve of sexual immorality?
According to the Bible, yes.
According to the Bible. See, this is how disgraceful and blasphemous this motherfucker is. According to the Bible now, he's going to say that it approves sexual immorality. Men and men, women and women. Well, see, what a fucking dumbass. And you know scripture just as much as I probably do, TML. This motherfucker's making shit up now.
I wrote Isaiah.
You're funny because you know I'm right.
I wrote Isaiah.
You know I'm right, TML.
I used the time travel machine.
Look, dude. I wrote a whole book. I wrote a whole book explaining the Bible. Snafu yaps, dude. What the fuck you talking about, Holmes? You're telling me I don't understand this shit?
So I'm telling you, Hank just made a statement saying the Bible.
I know, but you're absolutely out of line in saying that shit. You're coming out of left field, bro. You're out of your element.
It's not out of line. The Bible does not approve of sexual immorality.
Totally out of line.
Ever.
You're coming here.
Nowhere in scripture does it say Adam and Steve.
You're coming here telling somebody who wrote an entire exegesis of Paul's epistles that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Have you written something like that? Do you have comparable works?
Sure, I've done many fucking presentations throughout the years. I didn't say you didn't know what you're talking about. I said Hank.
No.
So you're arguing with me when Hank says the Bible says that sexual morality is in there.
Holmes, that's not true. You weren't talking about Hank. You were talking about me, and now I'm addressing you.
Right. You know the Bible, as I said. Okay, I made a point. I said, you know the Bible, you know scripture.
I'm telling you, how the fuck am I responsible for what comes out of Hank's mouth?
I'm not. I'm asking you. Well, I guess I'm saying is you know the blasphemous shit that he just said out of his mouth. I wasn't saying you don't know scripture.
If I know something, who the fuck cares? I don't have to call everybody on everything I fucking know. I get
Who
tired.
cares if it's blasphemous and they're just gonna fucking spread it out and say it?
You don't
Most
care
of your Muslim brothers would
You don't
disagree.
care if it's blasphemous
Most
because
of
you're
your
not a
Muslim
Christian.
brothers would disagree.
You
If
don't
someone's
care if
being
it's blasphemous.
blasphemous, they're gonna say something.
Which Muslim brothers, bro? Which Muslim brothers?
You tell me. You're the one claiming to be Muslim. I've been in the prison.
I have lots of Muslim brothers. You have 0 Muslim brothers, cocksucker. What the fuck are you talking about?
Officer Snaps is a Dawah-Gandhist. I already figured it out.
I know about Islam and I know about Christianity. You're not a Christian or a Muslim, bro. You just admitted that. So what the fuck are you talking about? Don't come at me with this shit, Snafu. That's all I'm trying to say, Holmes. You can come at Hank. You can come at whoever the fuck you want. Don't come at me with this shit. Tell me I don't know about the Bible and shit, bro, Holmes, because I'll deal with you the same way I deal with all these other motherfuckers, bro, and tell you I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, Holmes.
I invite him to come at me, but the thing is, he doesn't have good listening skills. So instead of using my arguments, he makes
it's getting real silent in here now. It's getting real silent in here now.
Yeah. So Officer Snaps uses a straw man instead of uses what I said because he feels he can defeat the straw man, and he can't even do that.
I don't need to fucking do anything. Again, and TML, you alone, you sat here arguing with me. I know the Bible. I know the Bible. The man next to you fucking just blasphemized and changed doctrine of what the Bible says. Nowhere does it approve of sexual immorality with Adam and Steve or Eve and Eve. And you're like, well, what's it have to do with me? I shouldn't have to, say, I get it. But no, you know what? Being a fisherman, wheat and tares, standing up for your God. Narrow is the path.
Yeah,
you said you knew me, yet I knew you not.
You're not a Christian, and I'm not a fucking Christian. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, so you think it's okay? Well, okay, in the Quran. I've read the Quran quite a bit myself.
Talking about the Quran, Holmes.
No. Sexual immorality, period. With your God, your higher power. Is it okay?
In the Quran?
Anywhere. With your God.
Anywhere, that's not a question, bro. If you're asking me in a specific place,
the fact is, sexual immorality is not natural, nor does your God or my God or any God or creator, the real God, stand for that bullshit.
You don't have
What's the definition of natural, Officer Snaps? What is your definition of natural?
Just approve or disapprove of anything, my friend.
Yeah, what is your definition of natural, Officer
What
Snaps?
God are you talking about?
Hey, if you want to tell me what natural is, it's definitely not 2 dingleberries fucking each other like you think is okay. That's not natural, Hank.
Believe in natural law.
Yeah, he does not know what he means by.
What about?
Hank, I'm not the one saying Adam and Steve are okay. That's unnatural.
Hold on. What about having other dudes fuck your wife? Is that in the Bible? Dumb fuck.
Yeah, it actually has been. Yeah.
Where is that in the Bible?
Well, I mean, the shared wives and things like that. Old Testament versus New Testament as well, though.
So practicing cuckoldry is allowed in the Bible.
Well, it wasn't like endorsed or anything.
That's what
Old Testament.
That's what your buddy Paul endorses, but you promote all sorts of sexual.
Dude, I call his ass out on that shit too. Fuck Paul when it comes down to that.
You sit next to godless motherfuckers and promote.
I call Paul out on that shit too.
You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and you don't own it, bro.
No, I've called Paul out on that shit many times.
No, you don't. You just sit there.
Sure, I'll call him out today if he brought it up.
You call motherfuckers daddy who want to fuck your bitch because you're a dumb. That's right, dude.
Okay.
That's how you are, dude. Dude.
I don't think so.
You looking a little light, Holmes.
All I know is when you said Hank was donking on me, remember the only donking he does is on top of another man's penis because he's a gay Fruit
You're a
Loop
little light in
witch.
the loafers and you let other people fuck your bitch doesn't mean that it goes on.
But I'm not the one fucking like that. You're the one fucking wondering if your bitch is even coming home or not, and not with her anymore. I wasn't even in that position. You're the one who had bitch problems, not me.
Oh, really?
Like, you're the one worried about your bitch. You're the one got cold, basically.
You didn't say some bitch ruined your life. You didn't say some bitch ruined your life crying about it on the internet. You dumb cocksucker.
Turn on your camera, Officer Snaps. Let the audience decide.
Isn't that what you said, Snafu? That some girl ruined your life. She took you to court. She fucking got an abortion, all this stuff. Isn't that what you said? Crying about it. Say how bitches ruined your life. Now you're a MGTOW faggot. Isn't that what you said, Snafu?
No bitch ruined my life, but Big Cow is definitely something that is
all
worth
you
it.
do is cry about
Men going their own way, men got their own wallet. Yep. MGTOW is definitely worth it.
All you do is cry about how bitches are manipulating you on the internet. You have no
Nah,
fucking
bitches be bitching, dude.
You hang out with sexual degenerates, okay, and then you blame other people.
Says the guy hanging out with the guy who has a sex torso next to him, busting out on the internet. Who brags and has a gay smile because he's gay.
There's a guy who goes on a
Says
panel.
the guy, says TML, the one talking about God.
Says the guy who goes on the panel with people who say you should share your wife with other people. Right.
Okay, if you want me to correct that with Paul, I have no problem telling him
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and correct that before you come over here and making accusations, bitch. Go ahead and correct that.
Paul's not gonna.
Don't ever talk about my wife again, cocksucker. That's the last way to ever try to have a conversation with me again. Sorry. Keep that shit out of your mouth, bitch. Don't talk to me ever again. Don't talk to me ever again, Snafu. Have a good day, bro.
Yeah, so Paul has absolutely no respect for Officer Snaps. Let's just make this clear. I don't if cupcaking with me is bad, and why are you coming on the panel to say just don't do it? Why aren't you going on your own pen full of righteous people telling us how to live? I mean, you could start one, except you can't find
right. Start your panel and full of righteous motherfuckers, and go ahead and preach the truth about the beast system, cocksucker. Don't come on my show and tell me how to conduct my affairs.
I just have a question. Is guilt by association? Is that the actual name of a fallacy? Isn't that like a logical fallacy?
That is a logical fallacy, Cecil.
This dude doesn't follow any logic. He doesn't follow the Bible, apparently. He's not a Christian, but he's holding people to Christian standards. He's colluding with faggots that want to create a cuckoldry situation, shared wives. Okay. So these are all the types of things that this fucking bitch ass loser is really responsible for. You know, so you know, I mean, if motherfuckers want to come correct, they can come correct. Okay, that's really all it is. I mean, but if they don't,
you associate with this person, so therefore you're guilty. Just like I view this person, dude, shut up.
I don't know. Hank, haven't you been on Paul's panel?
Oh, absolutely. I'm there all the time. I still have my ranks there.
There you go.
Not have his ranks there anymore because he attacked Steve Martin.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Hold everyone else accountable, but don't hold yourself accountable, and don't hold your own buddies accountable for the same thing you're holding everybody else accountable for. How long do you think it is before people just see through that, Holmes? I mean, every single person on the internet understands that you're a fucking clown. So the problem is with all you motherfucking faggots is like, don't talk about my life. Don't talk about my panel. Don't talk about what I'm doing, and stay the fuck away from me. You know what I mean? Stay the fuck away from me. And also, shut the fuck up when I'm talking on my show. I mean, come on, dude. This is crazy. You know, it's called the Machine Lies, motherfucker. Come on. That's crazy. You know?
I'm still willing to do a long film interview with Officer Snaps. Hopefully, I can get him out of get his blinders off, so he can actually make an argument against me that I made or embody, instead of a straw man that still defeats him somehow.
I don't know. Watch this dumb cocksucker be at the OTW show or whatever the fuck it is. I mean, I'm going to go on there. Like, bitch, I'll follow you to the panels and ask you why the fuck you're acting like a cocksucker. And I also ask you why you're calling everybody else out on their sexual immorality and not holding other people accountable that you collude with on their sexual immorality.
No, actually he does, but they have no respect for him, so they treat him exactly the same way you do. So,
bitch, I'll follow you panel to panel, bitch. I'll follow you panel to panel. Come on back up. What you want to do? What you gonna say? Just right now, you were talking about how sexual immorality. You're talking about other people's sexual immorality, but you let another dude fuck your bitch in the ass.
That's
how
how.
you do.
Come on, I didn't want to know that stuff.
I mean, last time I was on Paul's panel with Snafu, Snafu was talking to Steve Martin about how Officer Snaps knows more about football and football with hand egg or whatever it's called. It's evil and it's all and the games were fake, and that's not true. And it annoyed Paul. He just put Paul Officer Snaps backstage and stuff. So he does the same thing. It's just not getting him any traction because his deity, that his patron deity, is a weak sauce weakling and a god of ignorance. So
he doesn't have a deity. Dude doesn't believe in a god.
I disagree. I think he does.
He's talking about my wife left me. Oh yeah, people's wives leave them, cocksucker. People move on. They get a new wife, they get into new relationships. Where's your girl? Where's your bitch, dude? You were crying on the internet about how some girl ruined your life, took you to court, aborted your baby, all this shit, dude. You can't.
I mean, he just told us that he's a proud MGTOW, right?
You can't control anybody. You can't control anybody, bitch. That's why you're a MGTOW faggot. That's what, because you can't control any women. That's why you're there. No women will listen to you.
And that's why he's so angry. That's why he's so angry with everybody else, right?
Oh my god, dude. So fucking, dude, that's sad.
Where do you even get that energy to perform in the way that he performs? You know,
it's anger from his part. And to be fair, I don't have control over women either, but I'm here training. So
yeah. So there's a lot of, I mean, I think that's a good and a solid answer, that it comes from anger, the way he behaves.
That's right. I could easily get a new female. Where's your female, Snafu? Dude, you look like a dirty crustaceous, like a crustacean, bro. Like you look like a crusty motherfucker, bro. You look like, nigga, you look like you smell like French fries, bro. Like, dog, like nigga, you smell like French fries. Okay, come on, bro. Like,
1 week old French fries,
Yeah, dude, you look like a crusty motherfucker, bro. Straight out of jail optics, bro. Informant optics, pogo optics, informant, bitch, cocksucker. Hey, what's Islam, faggot? What's Islam, snafu, faggot? What's Islam, bitch? I'm gonna tell me what Christianity or Islam is. Deny Jesus. I'm not a guru of it. You just denied Jesus right here. You just said you're not a Christian, bitch. So I don't know why you're holding other people to that fake ass standard.
I don't.
Didn't everybody just hear him say he's not a Christian here?
Yeah, I don't even know why you're saying
You're not a
nice Jesus when he literally looks like a clone of Jesus. He looks like a freaking clone of Jesus. Same personality type, similar attitude. I don't get it.
My wife left me. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be so sad that you said that to me, Snafu. Aww. Aww.
Guru ass. Oh, now you have a guru ass.
You're projecting, buddy. Guru ass. And yeah, I'm not only a guru ass, but I'm also an ass guru. Come and try me, bitch. Come and try me, bitch. Snafu yaps. Oh well, Snafu. let's watch him get dunked on by Hank. That shit was pretty funny.
Yes, again.
Oh shit. Yeah, this one was good though, man. This one it needs to be shortenized. I don't know how to create a short. Somebody needs to learn me how to create this shit. But
Oh, so pretty much how do you create short? You just edit it and upload it as a short. It has to be a specific. You have to have it in the same what's it called? It's particular resolution so it matches the cell phone. But it just upload like another video.
yeah, and I'll tell you right now, like TBE, EBT, like Snafu, this faggot, or any of these other lunatics, that want to talk about my personal affairs with my wife. I have no reason to talk to you on the internet. I'm here to develop intellectual conversations. So if you want to talk about my personal issues, I have no reason to engage with you, ever again. You know what I'm saying? So like I'll tell you guys right now, like people who think that I should go along like talking to people like that, I actually don't care. I actually don't want to engage with people like that. So
yeah,
so you guys,
it's a pretty low shot at an act of rhetorical desperation. Like if you have no other argument, that you got to kick somebody in the balls like that.
Like what I'll do, like what I will do is if I see you walking down the street or if I see you like going down the street, I'll probably run you over with my fucking car. So yeah, good luck to you, motherfuckers.
And I engaged him with low blows, but he has no attack potency. I don't feel it, so it's kind of pointless. I let him get his free shots, no attack potency. He has an attack of a Generation 1 Onyx. It's embarrassing. Officer Snaps needs to train at the park or go to the gym or something so he can hone his argument.
Was that some Pokemon shit, Hank?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Snafu, you have
Pokemon's demonic, Snafu. Pokemon is in fact demonic.
Snafu, you have no religion. My wife's free to leave if she wants to. I expect internet people to listen to my guru blasphemous shit. You have no religious standard, so it's not blasphemous. You have no religion. You're like a bitch without a home.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going around begging for favors from me on the internet. I mean, you have no credence. You have no credence.
So I'm a member of Sunny Hill. There's receipts.
Don't get yourself banned. Don't get yourself banned.
From the videos.
Hey, Snap.
They live in the church sessions. They can literally see me in some of the videos. So I'm more Christian than Officer Snaps.
You don't need no favors from me. What are you doing in my chat? Hey, Snafu, what are you doing in my chat? Are you upset? Hey, Snafu, what are you doing in my chat still? If you don't want to talk to me, you don't like the show, you don't want to have a conversation, you don't want to do anything. Well, what's your problem? What's your problem, you little bitch? Can I help you with anything? I actually don't need to talk to you anymore. So if you want to come up in my, like, why are you still in my chat? Yeah, dude, leave me alone. I told you I don't want to talk to you anymore. Sayonara, sucker. Sayonara, sucker. You had your chance to talk to TML. It's over. You were one of the first people, who came up here, on this experimental show. This show might grow. You had a chance to grow with it. You're now nobody. You get nothing. You get nothing. And that's your response. Okay, friend. Okay, friend. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. See you later. See you later, friend. Sayonara, Snapu Yaps. See you later. Time for Paulie to fuck your bitch.
There's a problem with that. That he does not have a bitch for either me or Paulie to fuck. I mean, he won't even turn his camera on.
Yeah, that's actually true. He's probably the one getting it up with dudes and mannequins, man, to be honest. Because he doesn't have a female.
Well,
this is the thing.
I mean, he won't even do that. He won't give himself off in any way possible. He's just building up his anger, and this is just what happens when your root chakra, you have blocked root chakra. It's just the thing. What happens? You become Officer Snaps.
Man. Oh well. And this whole time I was gonna tell him shut the fuck up so I could play a song and smoke my weed. And the dude just won't shut the fuck up. This is the problem, guys. It's time to smoke weed and fucking listen to a song. These guys are just, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Smoke that stuff, dude.
Didn't I just turn this son of a bitch off?
What the fuck is that, Cecil? Yo, I'm gonna mute you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What the fuck is going on? Oh shit, wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself too. Fuck this.
It appears to me that you're especially attracted to music that has black and white artwork, right? Yeah. You're muted, Mohammed.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Yeah. 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 But the thing I was wondering is if I could go to OTW News and ask this cocksucker these same questions, because I know he's going to be over there and he's going to be completely evasive. So I'm waiting for this fucking OTW News to start so I can go and ask this stupid motherfucker these questions, because honestly, he's going to act totally different and evasive when he's on this show, and ask him why this fucking guy believes in a fucking penis alien thing, you know what I mean, as his god, and how's that not satanic? Totally fucking satanic. And he's sitting on a satanic panel with a guy who believes that you can get fucking Christ oil, okay, which I don't even want to know what that stuff looks like, honestly. If you have a jar of it, please just leave me out of it. Right?
So, TML, I'm going to be completely honest with you. He acts exactly the same on OTW and Paul and Slave, and they treat him the same as you do.
Wait,
they're
what?
annoyed by him. They treat him exactly the same way you do.
Who treats him the same as I do?
OTW and Paul and Slave treats him the same way you do. They just Paul stretches it out because it's a funny sideshow.
I made several concessions. I've seen how they treat him. They never make any concessions towards his position. Snafu, I made so many concessions towards your position, sir. That's the problem. You know, you're not seeing things clearly, buddy.
But that's the same as Snafu. Snafu doesn't notice that. I hear what you say. You know, you try very hard, but no, it's. I mean, it's a useless endeavor. I mean,
yeah, right? Yeah. And it's like, yo, but like, and then it's like, yo, I mean, I can't do nothing if it's a you problem. You know what I mean? Not a me problem. Yeah. I guess, if everybody treats you the same way, shit, man, you know, but. I know, and I know he's still listening, because this is most likely him. This is most likely Snafu right here. So Snafu, man, I know you're listening, dude. I gave you so many concessions, bro, and you're like, "Oh, dude, I'm happy that your wife left you."
So I actually went ahead and checked, because you gave me the power to check. So I went ahead and checked. That is not Jack Talcot's actual channel. That's a knockoff. This is
yeah,
fake.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. Yeah, because obviously, like, Talcott would never say that. Like, it's obvious.
Well, I wouldn't say never, but he wouldn't say that now.
No. He'll get very far into it. He'll say, you know, there's something Jesus-y about me, but he won't say that. You know what I mean? Like, he won't fucking say that. You know. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Yeah, can we get back to talking about you, Snafu? Well, Snafu, man, come on, man. Dude, the thing is that I gave you so many concessions, friend. I'm conceding about the Christianity angle, but you got to come with the real shit. You can't just come halfway with that shit and say, I'm not even a Christian. That's when, see, that's when I started laughing at your ass. Okay, when you're gonna say I'm not a Christian, come on, man. Right on this show, I'm not a Christian.
And don't you find it odd that Snafu, I mean, Officer Snaps wears everyone else's faces, but he refused to wear his own face?
Not even. I mean, look. Neurojack.
I don't know why you guys actually take this whole character seriously. To be honest,
Well, I'm trying to get him to take himself seriously. It's a little different, you know, because I'm like, because the thing here is that he is scoffed at all around town, just like how Hank just mentioned. But but like all this stuff about, okay, this thing or another thing about you know, Marfugal or whatever news or something like that, he could go down some rabbit hole, or we could go down it together. You know, I really don't care, but you know, I'm willing to function on that level, you know, with people. But you know, when they're just erratic, I mean, it's like when I come at you about a certain topic and you lose your mind and you start giving personal insults about me, then you're a loose cannon. I gotta wonder, like, if I could really work with you, because you could just pop off at me. You know, that's how.
I just wanted to interject, Mr. Machine. I'm sorry, but Marfugal News. Do you know anything about them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Snafu purports to know about them. So
Okay, well, Marfugal News. That dude's based out of Seattle. I actually fucked his sister-in-law. But
maybe you shouldn't have said that on here on this particular show, but yeah, all right, dude. Like all right, like whatever. Like, yeah, let's just leave
anyway,
that.
I'm sorry, but
I don't know if that's true, but that's what Cecil. I don't know, man.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
And by the way, Cecil is just somebody who comes on my panel. I do not know Cecil in real life. So,
yeah.
So it is what it is.
All opinions of people here are not the opinion of the broadcaster, and so on and so forth.
Exactly. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want these motherfuckers to hunt me down, man. See, I've already got people sending me Twitter messages saying that I'm responsible for promoting people that have blamed them of murder and shit like that. I'm like, I just opened a panel, motherfucker. I opened a panel. I'm not supporting people who've accused you of murder. Like, what the fuck? Like literally, like, I've had people send me messages and go, "You're supporting people who have accused me of X, Y, and Z." And I said, I don't fucking know. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody. You know what I mean? And that's
guilt by association fallacy. That's all you gotta say. No, I am not, just because somebody wants to come over here, I'm not responsible. I mean, and it's obvious. Like, you don't know what's gonna come out of anybody's mouth that you allow on your panel. So it's like you're not responsible.
Panel. Nobody's even up in this shit. Like, I don't know anybody personally. The only person on the internet that I know is motherfucking Neurojack, and I just met him this fucking year. So I don't know anybody. Okay, I don't talk to anybody. I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? And me and Neurojack decided to start this live stream, you know, like way back in the day. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, man, honestly, the only person who's literally been here since the beginning of the show is Neurojack. Okay. Okay. And been here throughout the show is motherfucking Neurojack. I mean, right? So, like, you know, because he was making guest appearances on Jim Bob, and I was calling into the Crucible and debating on the Crucible. That's how we met. Okay. So we just met online. I formed a what do you call it? A live stream. You know, I just formed a live stream in lieu of having a public debate. But yeah, in terms of
a lot of people view me as like being MGTOW. Having to take a break from girls beating your door down because I just I can't beat it. That's not MGTOW, dude. That's like, you know, I haven't given up on women. I just need to take a break from women because it's getting too much. Okay, there's a difference there. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always so like lonely. Like I'm a perpetual married man. So I just like, yeah, I just like that's what I do. Like, I get divorced, I get married. I get divorced, I get married. But it is what it is, man. But yeah, I've scared a lot of women away. I guess you could call it that. But I think they also chose to go in their own direction in life. But I've also, at the same rate I've scared them away, it's like, they're infatuated with me for the first few years, and then something happens. Something something crazy happens to them, where they go, or it just teeters off, and usually what it is they start missing their family a lot, and my standards on people get a little bit too intense because I live in a kind of a strict religious way. You know what I mean? I like pray 5 times a day. I fast twice a week. I mean, regardless of what most people think, I am a fairly religious person. I keep fairly religious standards, in the way I eat and drink, and organize my daily affairs, and I attend the mosque. I teach people at the mosque. So I do tend to different religious things, and services, and themes and all of that stuff, and I'm trying to get more and more into it. So my constant improvement in terms of my religious practice also causes a lot of women to not go along that route with me, and when I'm at different levels of my spiritual sort of development, I'll acclimate to different types of females. My previous wife was nothing like this current wife that I have right now. My current wife, when I met her, she was just converting to Islam. She was playing with tarot cards. She's covered in tattoos. She was basically from the streets. She has no traditional upbringing whatsoever. Whereas my previous wife was Punjabi, Muslim, and basically from the same background as me, 100%. So yeah, I've experienced a great array of things. My current wife, who I'm now separated with, and that's how white girls do. White girls are crazy, and I've had other little short relationships in lieu of getting married that weren't like sort of marriage relationships or whatever. Like in high school, I had a little girlfriend. Me and her were like, well, we're gonna get married and stuff like that. But like, it didn't work out. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, I've been married twice. I just get married. That's kind of what I do.
And I really didn't do any of that. I just don't have much chemistry with anyone.
Yep.
Every once in a while, I run into some girl that's rather needy, that needs some type of assistance, be it attention or material support, or and then like she comes over into my living area, and inevitably, we engage in like relations or whatever. But
you're talking like you're an alien. Like you're like I observe a human female and we engage in relations. Like
yeah, I'm just saying, like, dude, I don't really. It's not something that is like paramount on my list of objectives in life as I am growing into my older years, and just like
It didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like that either. No.
No, I don't need that headache. I like. Anyway, yeah.
Cecil is an alien, though. Let's be honest. I mean, Cecil's an alien. Hank's an alien. I'm a fucking alien.
This shit. No, lizard people were native. It's our planet. It's our planet.
Voi's a drawing. So
just a character.
He's a character. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, like somebody did mushrooms with me one day, and they said, whatever this guy is, like, it's like, no, man, like somebody like whatever this is going on, and then you were shoved into it, man, from the outside. And I was like, yep. That's how it feels, man. It feels like there's like I was put inside of this fucking body. Like whatever I am is inside of this thing, just fucking just moving around. Like, yeah. You know. But yeah, I can't even find this clip, Hank. I mean, I'm trying hard.
Oh, okay. I can get the whole video for you, and then
The problem is that he comes in and out so many times. You know, this snafu character, but it's when he's on the bottom left corner. Okay, here it is.
Okay. But if Officer Snaps, don't ask him the same question. Just ask him because you want to make any progress. Ask OTW and Paul and Slave what they think about Officer Snaps, and they'll corroborate what I just told you.
I can't find this shit, man. Let's just look for it together. Fuck this. Let's look for it together.
Digital fucking propaganda, especially when it comes down to pushing agendas. So what
I agree with you.
it's not just
Son of a bitch. Now my internet is freezing. Can everybody see me? The fuck
I can see you.
All right.
And pointed out one person.
Thank you.
You're
get on the same page with people.
You can't.
It's called
Wait. Did you just dodge my question?
The people, MC.
If we're not on the same,
I wanted to just say, Simple Jack asked to say one positive thing.
See, this guy keeps coming in and out, man. This guy's so annoying.
About 2024. Simple Jack, prophecies being fulfilled at the highest rate, and the wheat and tares are being divided. I feel that's positive.
Thank you, Snap, for answering my question. I appreciate that.
I agree.
Damn, I can't find
Nemesis,
this shit, bro.
please. I kind of want to see where this might go. I don't want it to go on.
Yeah, I was asking you, do you believe the elite control things? And that
I think it was
politicians.
That's right there.
all right. So who do you think the elite are?
Oh yeah.
Me.
This gets my dick hard.
Do you think politicians?
That may be irrelevant right now. Can I get an answer and then we move on? We're assuming that someone's
entities, huge, big tech. They're all part of the digital fucking propaganda, especially when it comes down to pushing agendas.
Son of a bitch.
Thing. So what if you weren't like
Really focused on what I can see, hear, my senses. I'm really trying to get aware of my senses.
I appreciate that, Simple Jack, but did I hear you correctly that when you found God, you lost awareness? Is that what you started?
No. I lost the drive to try to save the world. It's gone.
You know,
Like,
Simple Jack, you can't
it's
stop
gone, bro.
prophecy. You can't stop prophecy. You can't stop history in the making, so to speak. Nothing new under the sun, whether you're religious or not. It took me a while to realize that. And when people say, "Oh, what are you trying to do?" I say, you know what? You could be a fisherman. You could warn your brothers and sisters, or blah blah blah. But you can't stop. So I get 100% what you're saying, 1,000,000% where you're coming from on that.
You guys don't have to worry about saving the world. Donald Trump's going to do that. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know what? Back to your ass, Trumpy.
Snaps, I wanted to come up here and let you know that I didn't block you. So
I don't know where that is.
The Empress that Monte Gill boss into picking me, and I had to transmute myself to be attracted to her. So I got.
When I look at you, I see the fucking trans agenda. I see the dumb gay bullshit agendas. I see the sexual agendas, like you buying sex.
Here it is. We found it, folks.
Attracted to her. So I got.
When I look at you, I see the fucking fucking trans agenda. I see the dumb gay bullshit agendas. I see the sexual agendas, like you buying sex torsos. I see the propaganda all up in you, Hank.
Yes,
So don't,
because you have the propaganda glasses on. You can't take them off. You just glue to your face. Me, I can put all kinds of lenses on. I have flexibility. You're like a train. You're stuck on the tracks.
Damn.
Real shit, Hank. He said you like a train, you stuck on the track, son. Yo, that shit was gold, man. I'm gonna play that again for the people. For the people.
sex torsos. I see the propaganda all up in you, Hank.
Yes,
So don't,
because you have the propaganda glasses on. You can't take them off. You just glue to your face. Me, I can put all kinds of lenses on. I have flexibility. You're like a train. You're stuck on the tracks.
It's unfortunate but true. And snafu, brother.
You stuck on the tracks, son. Yeah, dude. Another one that doesn't know what's going on, yo. You gotta take them glasses off, son. That's why they're the glasses. You know what I mean? You can't just walk around with the glasses on, everywhere. That defeats the purpose of having the fucking glasses in the first place. I mean, the John Carpenter shit. Right? Yo, Hank got him with that one for real.
Good job, Hank.
It took me nearly no effort to do that.
I bet. Oh my god. I can't believe that when people are too retarded to make a point, they think you're afraid of them. It's like, what? It's like, no, I'm just tired of waiting for you to like come out with it. Like what the connections are. You know what I mean? Like it's just like it's like it's just taking too long for you to piece things together. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's your mistake. I think that's your fault because you expect them to be a reasonable person like you yourself are, right? But that's not the case, and that's been used against you, and that's why it will always be a frustrating endeavor, a disappointing endeavor. Engaging in a conversation with these people.
Here's the thing. I have people at work who act pretty much the same way as Officer Snaps, so it's not a big deal to me. And he missed my actual weakness because he has his blinders on. I mean, I'm trying to right there, just in the clip. I said I'm trying to, alchemically transmute myself so I can be appealing to that girl boss empress type woman. That's a weakness right there. That's a weakness that's exploitable, and he missed it. And I'm pouring that out again.
It's just some absent-minded shit. But yeah. Very absent-minded, you know what I mean? I was trying to see what else I could really cover here. I was gonna do some debate reviews. You guys want to do that? Debate reviews.
Like which debate?
Like fucking weird ones. Like there's this one where this Jewish lady debates John Henrik Clark. This shit is funny. There's one where E. Michael Jones debates Christopher John Bjerknes. Man, this is a fucked up one, guys. Let me go find.
Any David Wood ones? Maybe want to review the David Wood versus Jay Smith. That was pretty weird.
Yeah, this one's even more fucked up. Yeah, I was actually watching Southern Israelite. You guys know Southern Israelite?
Yeah.
Do you guys know do you know who Vocab Malone is?
No.
Negative.
Vocab Malone. Okay. This is like a a Christian guy who's debating on the internet. Well, I guess if you guys don't know,
I just want to trade it.
do you guys do you guys know either Christopher John Bjerknes or E. Michael Jones?
E. Michael Jones, yes.
Yeah, Michael
Yeah,
Jones.
Inspiring Philosophy. Yes, I know him.
Oh, he no, this is a different Michael Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah. It's confusing. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a common name. It's a common name. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, OTW's live right now, but he doesn't have his panel open right now. But yeah, if he has his panel open, I might hop up there and ask Snafu. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to show you guys. This like fucking Christ oil thing that apparently OTW has in a jar. I don't want to know too much about it. I mean, but yeah.
Dude, that's not even actually possible.
Imagine the smell of it.
That doesn't even make sense, dude.
Yeah, it probably smells like Donald Trump.
No, I know what it smells like, actually. It smells like licorice and fish.
Oh, that's actually good. I should buy some.
Yeah.
In fact, I could probably make it. I have fish. I just need to get licorice. I just do it in the Instapot and just make my own Christ oil.
Christ oil. The Christ oil.
Hank found a niche in the market.
Give me the oil. The sweet, 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 sweet Christ oil, guys.
Hey, but supposedly it's you collect it, through retaining, through semen retaining, right? You collect more of the liquor that flows through your spine, right? It gets more rich, and the fluid that flows through your spine is called liquor, right? So that gets more rich. That's supposedly the Christ oil. Okay, so it's not something that you can tap out of a fruit or a nut, or maybe out of a body, but I don't think he will claim to have done that. So it's not something that's a thing outside of your body, outside of a. Yeah, it's
well,
crazy.
let me show you guys exactly what OTW means by it.
Okay.
Because this is gonna get graphic.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
And then let's wonder why Snafu's not hopping on the panel and accusing these people of being satanic. I'm saying, right?
And he does. They just treat him the same way we do.
No, but I mean, not for the same things. Like he's accusing me of being satanic or whatever for like not knowing about the religion or like whatever, being a soft Muslim or like any of those things. But it's like, what do you follow, or what do these people even follow that you associate with? Like, have you ever asked yourself that?
Here's the thing. I managed to make myself some snafu glasses. So what he tries to do is provoke a social weakness. It's an FE style attack via MBTI terms. I'm immune to those because I don't care about FE. But it's an MBTI FE style attack against people. So that's why attacks are the same. He uses the leverage of just common zeitgeist to make the attack. So that's why attacks are a little different.
Yeah, that's some complex shit, Hank. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck all of that breaks down to, really. Because I don't really have the map with me. And actually, when you guys talk about those personality forms, those 4-part personality forms from the Jungian typology, I'm actually not too familiar with those things. But yeah, I should take that test soon, right?
Yeah, you should do 16 personalities. You can
link me. Yeah, link me a good version of that so I could take that test and we'll talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, because I don't even know how to find it. Yeah.
What I was saying, dude, I'm not a fucking moron.
But, no,
Let me
but
share
you know
the
what?
screen for a
You know
second.
what I'm getting at, OTW. I wasn't
Let me
saying
share
that.
screen.
I'm not.
Well, there's more evidence for Christ than evidence that it was a mythical religion or a
Oh, is that
mythical
Yakub? Yo, I'm going to W sharing screen right now, so I just want to. Oh, dude, we're looking at. Oh,
you got.
Oh, look at that, man. Ah, dude. Yo,
Oh,
parental advisory. Yo, hey, yo.
Who's screen sharing this for real?
I am, but it's not for that, guys. Come on, be serious.
Yeah, but you close
I'm
up
just
right
showing
on
you
his
something.
dick and balls, though.
Yeah, but it's right next to Testament. What? It's not my fault. I didn't make this.
Yeah, but Testament is not. Yeah, but but the word is not Testament. It was Torah, which means guidance. Like it doesn't mean balls, dick and balls.
Yeah,
I didn't say dick and balls. It says here, testy is translated to body. All right, and menti is mind, which is old. Old becomes new. Old body becomes new body.
I don't know
mind.
about this, man.
Yeah, but that's. There you have it, folks. Testy menti. Yikes,
dude. I mean, the way this guy reasons, it's I can't. I mean, I don't even want to react to that. I mean,
I had to sit there and react to that for a whole hour on that show. it was fucking mind numbing. It's like, and these are the conversations we're allowed to have versus the ones that people won't allow us to have. I mean, it's crazy.
I won't talk too much. OTW makes pizza for a living, and I like pizza, so it's good.
I'd love some pizza. That is true. Pizza is a service to humanity. Look at Frank Sinatra. Look at how he ate pizza. Yes. It's all just, it is what it is.
how did he like his pizza? I never knew. What, calzone?
I never had his pizza, but I do eat pizza.
He's the reason why people eat pizza. You guys don't know that? It's because of Frank Sinatra, because Frank Sinatra ate pizza. And then everybody started eating pizza because it was so cool because Frank Sinatra did it. That's what I heard, at least. But yeah. Frank Sinatra. Shout out to Frank Sinatra. You know what I mean? He's dead. You guys ever hear that song, Frank Sinatra?
Yes.
I don't know.
By The Hacker?
No.
Where it's like Frank Sinatra, he's dead.
I do know James Brown is dead. James Brown is dead. And I do know some. James Brown is still alive. James Brown.
James Brown is dead. Yeah, that song.
That one? Remember that one?
Yeah. I know that song. Yeah. That's a cool song. It's kind of like that Mortal Kombat song. You know what I mean? Like Mortal Kombat. That song was the shit, man. I remember when I was a kid and that motherfucking a Mortal Kombat song came out. Like shit used to happen in my head. Like I was like, oh man. Like I want to fight everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like I remember I was like a little ass kid. I was like, it was like I was like, oh shit, it's time to kick some fucking ass, motherfucker.
You're called to war.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, jihad unit. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I used to get fucking smacked off of that fucking shit. Mortal Kombat shit. But yeah, it's been a pretty good run. We talked about some shit out here, honestly. I'm not shutting it down right now, but I'm gonna take like a break. Shit. The snafu moment brought to you by who or what?
Me.
Brought to you by Hank. That's exactly right. It was actually Hank that brought us this fucking moment. You know what I mean? By antagonizing the shit out of this cocksucker, especially in terms of, man, he hit him with that glasses shit, man. You're on the same train on the tracks, man. Shit, man. Genius.
I'm looking for some Abrahamists that can attack me in a way that makes any kind of sense, rather than just groupthink more on nonsense. I want to know if I'm actually on the wrong path, other than that God said to be their slaves. Literally.
I got you on that, Hank. You better believe I got you on that. I'm gonna try to convince you, but I think we need time to hash it out. The thing is that these things, because you're a smart guy, so that's the thing, is like, you could come at people like, different ways, but for you, I think we need hours and hours and hours of intellectual discussion to get to the meat and bones of it, because you seem like you've read a lot of things, that you didn't just come to these conclusions. And I do, what about that witchy girl, man? Woo! Cyber witch.
Orly Stewart, yes. Yeah, she looks good. She has a
Yay,
boyfriend.
yay. What are we gonna do with this one?
Probably have her on the
Oh,
show eventually, but that's I don't decide that.
that would be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah, she would do it. Just send her a message.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, I would love to have her on the show. Yeah, we're talking about because she actually is well, I think you could be a top Satanist if you just create your own ritual. But
yeah, you
Orly
can.
Cyber witch. You know what I mean? Can you guys hear? Can you
She
guys
has
hear
her
this?
own music. She made her own music videos and stuff.
Wow. Yo, that's some crazy production, honestly.
Wow. Yeah.
What demons wanted me to do when I started demonic, when I became a satanic witch. So yeah, she could tell us a lot about this shit because she's an actual practitioner of the dark arts. So if I go into my modern stuff, or if I go into Discordia 2, Discordia Part 2, ooh, that'd be a key guest to have on, on Discordia Part 2, man. We actually have an actual witch up in this bitch. A
Why
witch
not?
up in this bitch. Voice said, "Why not?" I mean, I take intelligent risks, but I don't know. I don't want to curse my program for sure. But but yeah, they can't come at me. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I got layers of prayers, so it is what it is. Right? Demons can't come at me, guys.
They don't really have good reason to.
Yeah, yeah, this is true. Yeah, what the hell is a satanic witch? Two different religious traditions. Uh-oh. Well, maybe. Well, see, she could.
She's come on, Jeff. How is she a poser?
Well, she could perennialize the perennialists, so to speak. Where she just graduates to a new level and she says, "Well, those two disparate occult traditions, I just combined them." Makes sense. Right?
That's kind of what I did. I combined Unitarian Universalism with Discordianism, as if they were different in the first place. But
being a poser is something that a lot of the people from the satanic community actually is something that some of them do actually suffer from. There's a lot of Wicca involved and people who just want to paint their nails black and claim that they know something about something. And yeah, you can find these girls all over the Seattle area.
There's a hot topic. If it is a hot topic, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I won't mind having one as a piece, a decoration, but a lot of them just don't know much of anything. What's her name? Orly Stewart's an exception. She knows a bunch. So I just bought her tarot course, Tarot Mastery. For $93. You get 8 hours of videos from her for $93.
Wait, what type of videos?
So she has three courses.
Oh, courses. I thought there were like different types of videos.
Nope, they're courses.
You know what I'm talking about?
Nope. Educational video. She's a nerd.
Oh, okay.
So she has a Summon Demons Art Spiritual video course for $72, a Succubus and Incubus Spirit Companions video course for $75, and the Tarot.
That's
Tarot
why I
Magic
think.
video
That's why
course.
I think my. That's why I think my wife left me. There's like a succubus spirit, just like after me. You know what I mean? Like I was possessed by demonic. Like I'm under spiritual attack, guys. So snafu, if you're listening to this, bro, it ain't games to play with. Talking about this shit, man. You know, either help a brother out or step the fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Tired of y'all misrepresenting the hustle. I'm just fucking around. I don't even know what I'm talking about. My head just disappeared off my body.
And Gen X Jeff says that's just mental health. Well, as soon as strings define what mentally healthy is, I'll take that seriously. But that's what Snafu says too. It's just this mental health, and it's the same issue. We don't define what mentally healthy means. It's just an FE style attack.
That term gets thrown around way too much. It's mostly by people who are on the more liberal side of the spectrum. And it's just this general term. People take these little 6-week courses and now they think they're freaking Sigmund Freud and shit. And they have the right to psychoanalyze you and all. I'm all good on people who claim to be mental health professionals and all this nonsense, because most of them, what I've noticed, are inevitably are not capable of separating their politics from their quote unquote profession. And they think that preaching at somebody about their politics is assisting somebody's mental health.
Exactly.
Very right.
No, it's not. That's my point exactly. And just usually just repackage Buddhism, which is just the atheism of Hinduism, and to say that we're helping you that way. It's nonsense.
That's actually the most accurate way I've ever heard Buddhism be described by anyone, you know, and that's why Hank is on the panel, because you know he has nuanced opinions on a range of topics, both theological, political, and philosophical, unlike other people. So, like, if you're wondering why, you know, this is happening, it's because that is a rare opinion to come to. You're gonna have to read a lot about like Hinduism and Buddhism to come to that opinion, and you know, like it's, you know, like that's just what it is. I mean,
Yeah, like the Western, because the Abrahamic theologies has their own atheism, which I call Abrahamic misotheism, but that's because it's more accurate, because they use Abrahamic worldview to just try to negate God from it, to negate Yahweh from it, via facts and logic. But they have to use the rest of the worldview, otherwise the whole system collapses. Which is why they can't argue against polytheists. I mean, I called it because the atheist experience, and called the knockoff shell, and they can't make an argument against polytheism without invoking Abrahamism to get rid of the other possible gods. So that's why I called whatever the atheist code of Austin practices, I call it Abrahamic misotheism, because I think it's a more accurate term.
yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, they seem to be rebelling against a certain version of God rather than denying you know, that God exists. You know, it's precisely that. You know, I mean, you look at Dawkins, his whole like, you know, like, you know, his whole like, you know, billowing tome that he gives about like how this is vengeful, jealous, capricious, terrorizes his own creations, and like all of this shit that he says is kind of like, yeah, you're more against something than in support of anything. You know what I mean? Yeah, really.
Yeah, and it's just got insufficient for them to get. They say they deny God exists, but then they talk about it every day, and it just makes no sense. I think they just do it as a slight.
Yeah, and look at all the intelligent deists throughout history who are burned, like literally at the fucking just like disbanded from society. They had to walk around with their fucking tail between their legs and claim that they were Christians. You know what I mean? And really they had to hide their own beliefs. They didn't believe in the Bible, and they teased out from the Bible these extremely strange concoctions, of this philosophical deism, that was basically divorced from the Bible. It's like how, Jefferson took the miracles out of the New Testament, and then in the Declaration of Independence, he says it's for nature's God. Well, where in the Bible do you find nature's God? It's not in there. It's not nature's God. You know what I mean? It's just a God. You know what I mean? It's the God of nature. It's the God that created nature. It's not nature's God. Okay.
Yeah, and to be fair, you do find other gods in the Bible, like Chemosh. Chemosh is actually in the Bible. So it's not really, the Bible's not even monotheist anyways, because it has other gods. They just say don't worship them.
Yeah. And it's dedicated to nature's God, I mean, that's a Spinozian God, nature's God. It's not the God that's the ruler of the cosmos, world, but one that is is part of the world, creates alongside nature, a co-creator, if you will, So, it's really that kind of thing, it's dedicated to nature's God, like that song. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. You guys know that one?
Negative, I don't know that song.
This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. Is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. Dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. This song is dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. Dedicated to nature's God. Nature's God. Nature's God. Nature's God. Nature's God. Nature's God. My friend, my very dearest friend, is nature's God. Nature's God. My friend, my very dearest friend, is nature's God. Nature's God.
Madsen, you want to hop up, Madsen? We could talk about Bible stuff, dude. That shit sounds very interesting. I've seen you on other panels, man. Bless you, man. Truther Cup. Bless. Yeah, I'll play another Sun Ra song in a minute. What happened, Cecil?
That's
Mesmerized.
too early for him to see if he's frozen instead.
I know. I thought he was frozen. That's what I was like. What the fuck? All right.
I've gone from my real freaking sleeping bag on the floor, and now I'm staring at a virtual sleeping bag on the floor right there. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Or maybe I could sleep on this piss-soaked mat right here. I don't. Nah, I'm probably gonna go with the one on the floor right there.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, yeah. You know, you're welcome anytime. Yeah, man. Yeah, Cyber Witch. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, that's my goal. I'm about to put a black burqa on her. And then she'll be the hidden Cyber Witch.
Knowing her, she already has a black burqa and she needs it for a couple rituals.
I don't know what kind of ritual that would be. I think you gotta be bucky naked for those rituals, don't you? It's like, shit. You gotta be naked and in the woods, right? Isn't that right?
No, you can be naked and in the burqa.
You gotta be stark naked staring at the moon, isn't that right? That's how witches do their thing. That's what I heard.
You could. There's a bunch of different ways witches can do it, but yeah, you could simply be naked and in a burqa. That's not an issue.
Yo, blessings, Grant, man. That was a funny comment. Cyber witch will be converted. Yo. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got to get her to the Grandmeister. I'm trying to play another Sun Ra song so I can smoke. You guys like Sun Ra? Holla back in the chat if you guys like Sun Ra.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, I truly appreciate that stuff, dude. Yeah. And again, right? Again, the black and white album, right? I was not black and white, but almost black and white.
Yeah, this is another like kind of strange song. You know, Sun Ra has a lot of songs, but he has a few songs where he has lyrics, and they just kind of repeat over and over, and it's just kind of weird. You know, he's got these interesting ballads. You know, but this is another one that he has. You know, not everybody likes it. I see the viewers went down. It's fine. You know, whoever likes it, like it. You know, but the thing is, man, if you guys like this shit, let me know in chat because I really like Sun Ra. You know, it is my shit. I fucks with this guy.
Again, black and white artwork.
Sea of darkness, when there is no sun. The sky is a sea of darkness, when there is no sun to light the way. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There's only darkness. Eternal sea of darkness. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun to light the way. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There's only darkness. Eternal sea of darkness. Sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun to light the way. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There's only darkness. Eternal sea of darkness. Eternal sea of darkness. Eternal sea of darkness. Eternal Darkness, darkness, darkness,
My father founded St. Jude Children's Research.
Look at that. Scamming the children. Tisk, fucking tisk.
Is that so? And you expect me to believe that? Oh, overseer. Who is it, Edwards?
Overseer, 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 officer. Yes, officer from overseer. You need a little clarity. Check the similarity.
Sorry about that. Officer Edwards here was just doing his job. I'm sure you can understand our need for caution. For newcomers, we like to operate on exchange. You help us, we help you.
But I'm a fellow vault dweller. Can't you just let me in?
Excuse me, ma'am. Before you arrived, she did say she was from Vault 111. And she's in possession of a working pit boy.
That's right, bitch. I'm another vault dweller. You best let my ass in.
I'm going to allow it. Edwards, open the door and make the announcement. Officer Edwards and I will meet you at the entrance.
What is that? Fallout?
Yeah.
I'm getting a new graphics card in today. What is it?
What is that?
You know, a graphics card, the thing that renders the video. I'm getting a Radeon RX 580. Radeon RX 580. It should be in today.
Speaking of cards, you know, a lot of these people who show up here who don't get on camera, whose voices sound kind of like high pitched or like versions of other people that we know, but like the tone or pitch. I've seen sound cards that physically have a knob on the actual card where you can go into the back of your computer and like adjust, like change the sound of your voice.
Yes, those do exist. There's audio workstation, physical and digital, that allow you to do that. You could do that with Audacity, which you can get for free, assuming you have something stronger than a potato. In fact, it should still work on Illumitomi's potatoes because Audacity is that light. So
well, my point that I'm making is that the technology for somebody to change the sound of their voice and even to have the same type of voice, you could probably create a file and pass it around so multiple people can use the same voice. It's really not that difficult to do.
Yeah, it's true. It's not that difficult to do. In fact, I could find a tutorial right now real quick.
You could have, at this point with technology, to bring up what Neuro was saying the other night about deep fakes and whatnot, you could create entire internet personas that are pre-packaged and just pass those around like a mask and just have multiple people using the same identity and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do. It's called VTubers. VTubers, they have that already.
What's the name of it?
VTubers. That's what that is. VTubers. So they have a mask, they have audio, and they have a video sham that tracks your movements. And this appears as a cartoon character. That's the same voice. So VTubers, that's a thing that exists already.
I don't think dude's over there right now. He's in the chat, but he's not on the show. Snafu.
Come on, Win. My guys have been working doubles for weeks now.
Yeah, because they treat him the same way we do.
You think I don't know?
Because I'm them.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I guess, but you know.
We can't keep going on like this.
Hold on, let me try to turn this shit down a little bit. What the fuck?
Cecil.
There we go.
Cecil's like he's gonna work with the show. Cecil, I'll just mute that shit. But yeah, dude. But yeah, man. Yeah, I was actually trying to listen to it because I like those little movie sequences within those shows. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, bless, man. Play some Diamanda Galas. I'll have to look into that. Diamanda Galas. Yeah, Jeff probably knows some shit about music. Vena Cava. Vena Cava, track 6. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. Diamanda Galas. You know, for real. Yeah, I like a lot of different types of music, you know. And yeah, it's about noon PM here. So I'm gonna go for like another hour and then I'll shut this boy down. So yeah, man, thank you guys for being here with us. You know, if you guys are just joining us, you know, in the beginning parts of the video, I discussed something about nanotechnology. You know, I laid down some information related to the development of nanotechnology and also artificial intelligence. And we looked at different perspectives on that, you know, from this reading here, from a Confronting Technology anthology by Dr. David Skrbina. And yeah, you know, what else can we really get into here? We were going to look at some debates, you know, so I want to do that, but it's actually almost too late to like do this right now. But yeah, I did want to take a look at some debates, do some debate reviews. You know, I remember I did a Christopher Hitchens debate review when we had JG on the show. It went pretty good. You know, I think I'm gonna do like another one here. Let's go with something popular. Or actually, I was gonna go with the E. Michael Jones one, but then Hank doesn't even know who E. Michael Jones is.
I may. I think I saw one where he defeated someone. Like, isn't he one of the guys who said? I think he debated someone who got offended that he was citing their own book. Is that E. Michael Jones?
I don't know, but this one is it's pretty short, but it was from a guy who I had on the show already, Adam Green. You know, he's the one who produced this debate.
Yes, I know.
You remember that episode, right, Hank? Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there. You asked him a question. So, but just in general, because a lot of people forget the name. You know, they might just hop up and ask a question. They don't even know who they're asking the question to. That's the state of a lot of people, honestly. A week later, they're like, "Oh, I was on a show asking a question to some guy."
Yeah, they're in a snafu state.
Yeah.
I like that he triggered the crap out of Gen X Jeff. And he was freaking locked in a freaking holding pattern going,
welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Adam Green with
This is such a classic fucking debate, guys. Like, honestly, for him, like somebody re-uploaded this to YouTube because this is such a classic motherfucking debate, you know. And this is the guy that Christopher John Bjerknes is. He's responsible for a lot of the mainline views and theories that Adam Green now basically espouses about Christianity being created by the Jews, being a form of Kabbalistic mysticism and all of that stuff. So, you know, some of these thinkers had influence on that, but this guy comes into all of these notions about how Christianity was influenced by the occult. And I'm going to challenge some of them. I mean, also the guy E. Michael Jones, he's a Catholic apologist who's actually very well known throughout the conspiracy kind of thing. He wrote many huge books. One of his main books is called Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. It's a very well-known title. I've heard that it's a 1,500-page book that discusses a lot of historical evidence. So I actually don't have a copy of either of these gentlemen's books, but I was very, very much entertained by this motherfucking debate. I'll tell you guys that. This one's a classic.
with nomorenews.org. Thank you for joining me. Today is Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. And joining me to discuss Christianity and the Jewish agenda, I've got two legendary anti-Zionist voices, Catholic theologian Dr. E. Michael Jones and secular author Christopher John Bjerknes. Both have been guests on No More News. I've read both of their best-selling books, The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit and Its Impact on World History by E. Michael Jones, and Beware the World to Come by Christopher John Bjerknes. All of their books were recently banned from Amazon. My guests have common ground in some respects, but also some significant differences, which we will be hashing out in the next hour, discussing if Christianity is the answer and solution to the threat of Zionism, or if it's one of the causes that's left Gentile societies vulnerable to the Jewish agenda. In other words, is it the Jewish question, or is it also the Christian question? I'm honored to host a discussion between the two of you gentlemen, and I appreciate you both for being here. I always commend people willing to debate their views, especially publicly.
So just the way he phrased that is so, I mean, he phrased that in such an interesting way. He said, is it just a Jayish question, which is like, whoa, and then he says, well, it's also a Christian question. Shit. Meaning like, do Christians allow us to be ruled, or does Christian philosophy basically allow us to be overtaken by Jewish supremacists because it's just built into the theology? That's the claim that he always makes, and that's why it was so it was controversial to have him on this show. Yeah, essentially something like that. Well, maybe not Zionist specifically, but that it's based on Jewish mysticism. That's Bjerknes's claim. But yeah. And they did take, like, if you read like Saint Irenaeus, he takes special interpretations of passages from the Old Testament to give them a Christian flavor, whereas Jewish scholars would disagree with his interpretations of those verses, saying that every time that God talks about the angel of the Lord, that he's actually talking about Jesus, in terms of this, it seems that it's an open question, because Christians interpret the Old Testament differently than the Jews interpret it. Okay. So if that's true, then then that's a fact that is going to stand against his argument. You guys see that? So there's roughly both of the sides there, summarized for you guys. Ray's funny. Ray, hop up here if you're not doing anything. It'd be fun to have you here. Same with you, Gen X, and same with you, Rocky. I'd love to hear your opinions on this. You know what I mean? You're welcome to respond freely to this video. Right? But yeah, anytime they bash, Rocky just leaves. if he hears the sniff of critique of Christianity coming, he just leaves. But it's not me. It's just this debate. It gets heated, guys. Right? It's crazy.
Shout out, special thanks to my friend Dave Riley for helping me set this up. And we're here today because I recently had Bjerknes on discussing his new book, Beware the World to Come. And in the chat and the comments, people were requesting I bring on E. Michael Jones to debate Bjerknes's views. So by popular demand, here we are. I'm going to be wearing my moderator hat today and stay completely neutral. Keep it a clean discussion, all the blows above the belt, but please be candid and forthright. I believe this will be a productive, educational, and entertaining conversation. I know I've been looking forward to it. I will ask a few questions to the both of you to keep the conversation moving. There will be time for some back and forth dialogue. and we will be taking questions from the D Live, Lemons, Diamond or More at the end. But let's begin with a completely uninterrupted 5 to 10 minutes to briefly introduce yourselves, explain your work, where they can find your work, and the stance you will be debating today. Starting with Dr. E. Michael Jones. I understand it's a Catholic holiday today, the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. So thank you for agreeing to be here, Dr. Jones. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy the way these two guys look. I mean, this guy looks like Mr. Rogers in the Neighborhood, you know, and then the other guy, Christopher John Bjerknes, just looks like a straight up serial killer. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but yeah, they have an interesting look to them.
As you mentioned, 12 years ago, I wrote a book called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, largely as a result of the...
And anybody on the panel, let me know if you guys want me to pause the video. I'll pause. Yeah.
War in Iraq, the neoconservative takeover of American foreign policy, and what looked like the Jewish takeover of American culture. Up to that time, I had written about various aspects of this, but this was the first time I put it together from the viewing it from the lens of Jewish subversion. Now, in order to maintain my thesis, in order to state my thesis, I had to use a word, and the word was logos. Logos is the Greek word for reason, rationality, speech.
I just love that he says it like that. He says logos. You know, that's a classic thing about E. Michael Jones. He'll constantly his favorite word is logos, and he'll just mispronounce it to logos, and he'll just say that because he's from Philly, I guess. So he just talks like that.
And I had to use this word because I had to define what the Jew was. Now, up to this point, we had an increasing crescendo of attacks on people, calling them.
See, if you just start with that you have to use the word logos to understand what a Jew is. That just doesn't follow. That seems very non sequitur in my view. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, how does that even comport? You know, but I guess just in one, just Gospel of John, I guess, I mean, you're using that opening few lines as a standard for essentially defining, metaphysics, world history, philosophy, I mean, those are some deep lines, you know what I mean, right? But the problem is that those lines have many, many, many interpretations throughout history, but this very rare take that this line is specifically a rejection of Judaism. I don't know if that actually works, because many Jews that came later believed in the concept of the logos. They studied Greek philosophy, indeed. The Hellenistic Jews were the premier Greek philosophers of the time, like Philo of Alexandria or whatever, so, I mean, it's just interesting.
Anti-Semites, without any indication that the term anti-Semitism was a relatively new term. It had come into existence in Germany in the 1890s. In the 1870s, largely from the result of a work by the name of man by the name of Wilhelm Marr called Der Sieg des Judentums über das Germanentums. Marr was a revolutionary, revolution of 1848. He felt that he had been betrayed. The revolution had been betrayed by the Jews in Hamburg, and he needed a new way to talk about Jewish participation in what he saw was the revolutionary movement. Before that time, there was only one way to talk about the Jews, and that was from a religious perspective. And so what I tried to do with this book was to go back to the traditional understanding of what it meant to be a Jew. That concept came into being at the time of Christ, who was the Messiah. Jesus Christ arrived on this earth, and the Jews had to accept the Messiah on his terms and not their terms. They got into a furious argument with him about who he was and what he expected of the people, and ultimately they rejected him and they called for his death. And in calling for the death of their Messiah, the Jews attacked the Logos incarnate. Logos meaning word, meaning speech, meaning rationality. In attacking the Logos, they attacked the order of the universe, and in attacking the order of the universe, they became revolutionaries, and that's what they've been ever since. Christianity grew up as a response to the hostile reaction that Jews had to the Logos. If we look at the original documents from the Gospel of St. John, which uses the word Jew 71 times, 70 times of which are pejorative. If we look at the Acts of the Apostles, we see that this conflict then spilled over into actual battles, actual shedding of blood. Jesus, after which, from the Gospel of St. John, which uses the word Jew 71 times, 70 times of which are pejorative.
Yeah, it is interesting that in the Gospel of John there is some wildly anti-Jewish attacks, whereas in the Gospel of Matthew and the Gospel of Luke, you actually have more portrayals of the disciples of Jesus as practicing some form of customs that relate back to Judaism, and actually say that they are the real essence of Judaism themselves. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is saying, I do not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And he's saying that not one jot or tittle will be wiped away from the law. All of this. The comparison is that the Pharisees are teaching a false version. Unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees, you will not enter the kingdom of God. So yeah, it's interesting.
If we look at the Acts of the Apostles, we see that this conflict then spilled over into actual battles, actual shedding of blood. Jesus, after Jesus' resurrection, when his disciples then took to the streets and proclaimed the gospel as they understood it. This conflict then spread throughout the entire Mediterranean world, largely through the efforts of St. Paul, who began his gospel journeys, his evangelizational journeys, after being expelled from the synagogues of Palestine and of the area surrounding Palestine, and from all of the Jewish communities and from all of the synagogues. So what we had here was a new version of basically two ideas that had come together, a synthesis of two of the main ideas of human history up to that time. The Hebrew scriptures, which had an understanding of history, but no understanding of philosophy, and Greek philosophy, which had an understanding of philosophy, but no real understanding of history. Christianity forged these two things, put them together to create a new religion. And that religion then took over after the fall of the Roman Empire, took over the administration of the failed Roman Empire, and then went on to create Europe. Based on this new understanding of Logos, the new understanding of human history that went along with it. That has led all the way up to this day, not without certain setbacks. The main setback being the return of revolution to the stage of human history. In my book, The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, I talk about the Hussite Rebellion as the beginning of that revolution. The Reformation was another manifestation of this revolution, and then it came out to the fore in the 18th century with the French Revolution. At this point, the church found itself in a defensive position. Okay, the church power had been destroyed. There was a new power in Europe. This power was manifested in the name of Napoleon, who represented revolution. And one of the first things that Napoleon did as the new emperor was to emancipate the Jews. This took place in 1808. And with almost immediately, there was negative feedback about the result of this. Napoleon, on his way back from Jena, met with the French in Strasbourg, and they complained that the Jews were already exploiting their position by exploiting financially the French people. This continued for a century, and the church was buffeted by revolution across Europe, but still maintained its equilibrium enough to pose at the end of the night.
Wrong.
Yo, brother Rocky, what's going on?
If you watch the first 5 minutes of what I'm sharing,
okay,
this is my explanation of who the Jews are. It's only 5 minutes.
Okay,
it's put out by Max Egan.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I see you sharing. Yeah, I see you sharing that down there. I thought that was a different person, but yeah, that's you there, huh? Okay, nice. All right, let's check it out. Go ahead. Go ahead, you got it.
Maybe we could start with the fact that not only have the translators changed many words in the Bible and added words and taken words out and changed words, but one thing that is responsible for much of the trouble that's going on in the world right now, in every country in the world, is that the word Jew is not in the Bible, nor is the word Gentile. The translators have added those words. The word is either Judean or Judahite or Yehudi in Hebrew, which does not mean Jew. It is not an ethnicity. The difference, the Bible clearly tells us that the difference between the Judeans and the nations, which is the real word that's been mistranslated, Gentiles, was whether they worshiped the true God or whether they worshiped many pagan gods. The Judahites and the Judeans were the ones either from the tribe of Judah or that worshiped the God who was in the temple in Jerusalem, which was in Judea. And they were called Judeans or Judahites, or in the Hebrew, Yehudi, which is a variation on the word Jehovah, because there was no J in any language until about the 13th century. And so this was a designation of who they worshiped and not an ethnicity.
Not all of a sudden. It's been a few hundred years, right?
The King James Version was written in 1611, and that's when the major change was made. And instead of Judean and Judahite, the word was changed to Jew. The word nations is sometimes actually translated correctly, but and in other parts it's translated heathen, which means non-believer in the true God, and that is also correct. But then they call it Gentiles. What they have done is they've taken a form of worship. In other words, do you worship the true God or do you worship multiple pagan gods? That's what the word Judahite or Judean or Yehudi means, that you worship the true God. And the word nations or heathen means you worship many pagan gods. So it was a form of worship. But what the translators have done is they've changed it into a supposed ethnicity, as though there are ethnic Jews and ethnic Gentiles. The Old Testament Israelites were not Jews. The Old Testament Israelites were just people. And in fact, when they came out of Egypt in the Exodus, the Bible tells us that they were a mixed multitude. They were not Jews. So the present day Jews, those who call themselves Jews, have no relationship at all to the Old Testament Israelites and have no right to the land of Palestine, none at all. The present day Jews, as you well know, are actually of Gentile, if you will, origin. They are barbarian Mongol Turks who accepted the culture and religion of Judaism in about the 8th century. So the present day Jews, the people who are occupying Israel, have no right to be there. And the whole idea that they are the chosen people is baloney. It has nothing to do with that. Jesus was not a Jew. Almost every religion believes that Jesus was a Jew, an ethnic.
Yeah. What I was gonna say about this is that she's absolutely right about the Jews being a religion and a mixed multitude, and then getting out of that, and then the modern day Jews being those who call themselves Jews. But yeah, the thing is that if they still adopt,
it's only about 2 more minutes long.
Right. Of course.
Yeah, to become an Israelite,
Yeah.
Jacob was originally his first name, and he was at the time he was a con man, and so God changed his name to Israel, which meant something else. He was not. It was not a race.
Yeah,
It
of course. Yeah, I'm with
was,
you. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. That it's a religion and not a race. But then if
yeah,
these
and
people
anybody could
converted to the
join.
religion,
Any nation, any nationality could join the religion. So Christians, Jesus was a Christian, Moses was a Christian. They were all Christians, which means they worship the one true God,
I
Christ.
thought they were all Muslims, though.
Well, you can be a Muslim, you can be Islamic and become a Christian. One of Jesus's ancestors was a Moabite, and joined the religion when she came out of I forget, Babylon, maybe it was. Remember Rahab, or I think her name was.
yeah,
I
but that's
forget
what
her
I'm
name.
saying. Like if it was just a random group of people who took over in Israel, and then called themselves Israel or called themselves Jewish, so then what about, well, that's exactly what's happening again. So it's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
so
yeah.
different.
These are not. These people in Israel are not believers in Christ, which would make them Israelites.
Right,
In
of
order to
course,
be an
but what would make
Israelite,
them
you got to believe in the one true God, and they don't.
Of
They
course, but
don't
what would
even
make them
recognize.
qualitatively different from the earlier Jews?
Okay, the 12
You know what I'm
tribes
saying?
of Israel. Yeah, they started out as considered a tribe, but anybody could join the tribe. And in
Right,
order
right,
to become,
right. So these guys are just like people who just joined the fucking tribe now. So they're just calling themselves
yeah,
Jews
so
now.
they
So
could
it's just
be,
like the
but they're
same shit.
not. But they're not worshiping Jesus because
That's right.
they
That's
don't
right.
even
That's right. Yeah, they're
recognize
not
him.
following the religion.
So they're not really
Well, it's not only that
Israelites.
they're not following Jesus, they're not even following Judaism. Like they're just secular
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
mofos,
Yeah, the
They're just
Old
the
Testament,
actual,
they don't
yeah.
follow the Old Testament, which all the people in the Old Testament were also Christians. They believed in Christ was going to come. And so you could call them Christians too, but as a term for what they are. But we would call them, like, they would have called themselves Israelites, the believers in the one true God who was to come and pay for their sins on the cross. They didn't. They thought it was a tree, but tree's kind of like whatever. They didn't even realize what they were. They lost all their understanding, and so then they just continued calling themselves, Israelites, but they don't even believe in. I'm a Jew. I don't know. It's all mixed up. All I'm saying is that you can't judge true Israelites and Jews as those people that are in Israel out that weren't even that the country didn't even come about by God's power. It came about by man's power after the war. And these were like the Russian Bolsheviks, they were Khazar Jews who came from the Black Sea. It's all bullshit. It's just a way. And they're very good warriors because they come from they're related to the who are those people above China, the
Mongols.
the Mongrels. Yeah, that's who they are. And that they're not fucking, I don't know, if they believe in Jesus, they could become, whatever, but I don't think they really believe in Jesus.
So how do you know they don't believe in Jesus? Do you have like a were you granted by God Shinigami or something, and you can see their true religion?
They're
I don't know
committing
how
mass
you verify.
genocide. They're committing mass genocide in the name of God, and they're killing innocent people in Gaza. You think those people really believe in Jesus? I
Yes,
don't think so.
because there's lots of
No,
Christians who
no.
commit mass genocide and say they got
No,
worship
no,
God.
I don't want to hear your bullshit either. You talking shit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not. I already just read the Bible, and it was just God telling people to kill people on his behalf. I don't. It's not like it's there. That's right in there, plain black and white. It's not like it's right in the Bible. Why would I believe that?
My theory is that what's going on in Gaza is like how they say in the Bible, like wars and rumors of wars. None of us actually know what's actually going on over there. Okay. But what they're going to do is they're going to take care of they're going to complete their theater of operations in Gaza. And then they're going to put through the Ben Gurion Canal. That's the ultimate goal there. Is
I only have a few minutes. I got to go home, take care of my wife.
Yeah,
She
just
needs
a theory,
me.
by the way.
I was just jumped in to let you know who the Jews, you know, the word Jews not even in the Bible, and Gentiles is a mistranslation. The King James was a perverted the Bible. So you guys are, you think Jews are a race. It's not a race. It's those who believe, and they're not even called. Did you?
Yeah. But before
Okay.
you go, what translation should we use instead of the King James Version? What is your recommended
You can
translation
get
of the Bible that we should be using?
You get yourself an interlinear English, Hebrew, and Greek Bible. English, it's an interlinear,
Yeah, but
which
the guy,
is
the guy on the screen there, the guy E. Michael Jones, he actually believes that the Jews are not a race. So he believes exactly what you're saying.
Oh, E. Michael Jones. Oh, yeah. The guy that you were listening to first.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I
he
wasn't
believes
paying attention too much. I was talking to my wife on.
Okay,
thing.
yeah, because he
I
actually
didn't know
believes,
what to do.
yeah, he's actually presenting that too. But yeah, anyways, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I just got this video today. It's just came out today. This one by Max Egan, and it's on Odyssey. And shit, I was confused too. I think I was promoting a Jew the other day. Like, wow, this makes sense. You know, I learn things every day, and shit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Figure out
That's how it goes.
I couldn't find that Bible on Bible Gateway. Do you mean the International Standard Bible, ISB?
No, it's called an interlinear, which has the translation of Hebrew, Greek, and English side by side. So when you read the English, it shows you what it's in Greek, and the Greek word for Gentile is not, it means nation. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean okay. Gentile doesn't mean it doesn't all Gentile means is the nations that don't the nations that don't believe in the true God, like the Moabites didn't. But Jesus had a relative that came from it who joined and did start to believe. And so she became an Israelite, even though she's from the race of the Moabites. So it's not about a race, it's about a religion. It's not a religion either. It's a relationship with the one true God. It's like, it's really mixed up. But
So
anyway,
the 12 tribes of Israel were probably a bunch of actual different like ethnic people who actually all were of the same organization or God or whatever religion.
Yeah, they worship the God of Israel, which
Yep,
that's how it happened. They had
temple,
Moabites, they had Hittites,
and
all
they
kinds
taught
of people mixed
other nations, and the nations came and they learned from them. They were supposed to learn from them. They weren't supposed to be separate. They weren't supposed to be separate. They were supposed to teach all the nations, allow anybody to come in. It wasn't about whether you're black, white, brown, or yellow. It was about, do you believe in our God? Do you believe in the one true God? Is what I would say. I would say it's the true God. But you can believe. I mean, most nations, they believe in other gods, like the Hindus believe in gods and they believe in these gods and that, you know, and I'm pretty sure there's people in Hindu that aren't Indians. You know, they move there and they start believing in that God and they just join that nation. So it's not it's just, you know, so the Bible considered the other nations who had different gods. And then it was like, so you can come here and join us and worship.
Right, but not too many ethnic classes are also a religious class. So that's the problem, is that you have Semitic people in the world, you know. So, you know, but they're different types. It's true that they're different types. You have Sephardic, you have Ashkenazi, you know, you have all these different types. You know, and you have Arab Jews, you know, so you have different types of Semitic people in the world, you know, and they do talk about them in the Bible and stuff like that. So that's part of what that lady was talking about. But then, yeah, but then apart from that, there's also a religion. So it's like, if you're an Indian, you know, you could be a Hindu, you know, but you know, and almost the Indian people is almost a close version of a similar thing, because they're trying to create that with Hindu nationalism now. You know, the same type of thing they got going on in Israel, where they got Jewish nationalism, you know?
Yeah.
So so that's the thing, is that they're trying to say, well, this is like a ethnic religion, whereas history doesn't really have ethnic religions. There's ethnicities and then there's fucking religions. You know what I mean? So you got to pick one, you know, but but in the case of like Hindu, or in the case of Jewish, it's like, shit, well, you could kind of be both.
Hindu is not a race, but most people identify it with being Indian. It's like, you don't have to be Indian to be a Hindu. You can go over there and become.
But I'm saying if you speak the language, right? The language there, right?
Yeah.
It's called Hindi. See what I mean? So it could be a culture or ethnic distinction,
and Hindu's
as
not
well as
religion either.
as
Hindu's
well
not
as
religion either. It's what this Western Abraham is called, the collection of religions in India. They're more like kind of like pagans. And
exactly. Stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not like a real thing. Yeah.
Like Buddha, like
the whole Christian Judeo like complex has or Jew complex type thing seems like it's been co-opted by some other tribe or organization of people, and they want to use the Bible as this long-standing thing, trying to say like, hey, you know, you better, as like a control complex somehow on other people. But
that's my theory.
What were you? What?
Yeah, well, let's let Rocky finish off his video, because that's what this video is about.
It's kind of like my theory is that the only reason they chose that religion was because in the Bible it said, and everybody knew the Bible was a great book, and so in the Bible it said that that don't fuck with my seed, and they claim to be the seed, but they're not even the seed of Abraham.
Right.
Because the seed of Abraham is spiritual.
Right. So let's play this video off so we could get that off, so we could move back to this debate here. Go ahead, Rocky.
Jew, he was not. Not only that, Jew was not a Jew. Almost every religion believes that Jesus was a Jew, but an ethnic Jew, he was not. Not only that, the Jews of today say if your mother was a Jew, well, then you are a Jew. But Jesus had lots of non-Israelites in his lineage. Rahab was a Canaanite. She was not an Israelite primarily. Ruth, who married Boaz, was in the line of Jesus, and she was not an Israelite. So this whole idea of confusing everyone in the religious world into thinking that the present-day Jews are somehow the offspring of the Old Testament Israelites is the biggest con game of all time. It's even probably bigger than the Federal Reserve campaign, because it is responsible for almost all the wars in the world. Because who's behind all the wars?
Exactly, one particular group.
Right, one particular group. And so when you start looking at that, and this is not, you don't have to be a Hebrew scholar or you don't have to be a Greek scholar to figure this out. All you have to do is either go on the internet and get an interlinear Bible, which has the Greek and the Hebrew and right below the English, and it shows you what these words mean if you have a concordance. And so all you have to do is look these things up. It's very clear there. And in the interlinear Bible, they'll have on the left side, they'll have the literal translation, and on the right side, they'll have the King James translation. And you can see in many instances where they actually change it, such as Jesus was not resurrected on Sunday or the first day of the week. Jesus was resurrected on the Sabbath, and the Bible tells you what day the Sabbath was. The Sabbath was Saturday. That's when the Pharisees were angry at Jesus for healing on the Sabbath and for them taking grain out of the field on the Sabbath, because the Pharisees accused Jesus of breaking the Sabbath. And so you can see on the left-hand side in the literal version, the word is Sabbath. And then they change it on the other side to first day of the week.
Wow.
So you can see this. It's amazing what they have done.
And you say that Jesus was not a Jew, and you mentioned Ruth, and she was a Moabite, I believe.
Right.
And yes, well, so that kind of is indicative that he did have other bloodlines, other tribes.
Well, the other ones, yeah, but see, again, he wasn't a Jew. He was a Judahite because he was from the tribe of Judah.
Oh, okay.
All right? He was a Judahite, but he wasn't a Jew. There's a difference between a Judahite and a Jew. They have shortened it to make it into an ethnicity. A Judahite wasn't even an ethnicity. It was the tribe that you were from. It's sort of like if you were born in Riverside County or Hennepin County, that's the county you were born in, but that doesn't make you a different ethnicity.
All right, so you're referring to the 12 tribes of Israel, and of which Judah was one of the sons.
Right, but see, all of the 12 tribes of Israel, by today's religions, were considered Jews. But they weren't.
I don't know how they come up with that. I've always kind of wondered about that.
Well, that's because they consider the word Israelite synonymous with Jew. But it was not. You see, when Jacob, here's the thing. You have to say, well, who was the first Jew? Well, they say, well, Abraham was the father of the Jews. Well, Abraham was a Babylonian. He came from Ur the Chaldees, which was Babylon. And so he came to Canaan. Well, he was a Babylonian who came to Canaan, which was a pagan nation. That didn't make him a Jew. All right? Sarah was from Babylon. She came to Canaan. They were just people. And so they were Babylonians. They came to Canaan, and then they had a child named Isaac. Well, Isaac was just the son of two Babylonians. He wasn't Jewish. And then Isaac had twin sons, Jacob and Esau. Well, Esau has never been considered a Jew, all right? Because only Jacob was considered a Jew. Jacob's name was changed to Israel when his character changed, because Jacob means supplanter or deceiver. And when he finally gave up a life of deception where he had deceived his father and he had deceived his future father-in-law and all that, he then decided to give it up because he was reaping what he had sown. His father-in-law deceived him and gave him the wrong woman for his bride, which was Leah, who was the sister of the one he wanted. So anyway, he gave up his life of deception. And so when he fought with the angel said, because your character has changed, now you are one with God, I am going to change your name to Israel. All right? His genes didn't change, only his name and his character changed. So from then on, the ones who worship the same God as Jacob now worshiped, whose name was changed to Israel, were called Israelites. All right? It was not a genetic thing. It was only a character thing. If you worship the true God, then you were an Israelite.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's a lot of information in that
Okay.
video.
All right. I got to get out of here anyway.
For sure, brother. Yeah, I know you only had like 2 minutes left to stay, but yeah, bless you, man. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah,
I gotta
one
shut
thing-
down here soon myself, so
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah,
but
pizza time. But one thing I need to point out is that these people did not talk to God the Father directly. They talked to angels. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, of course. You can't talk to God directly. You know, that's gonna be impossible. You know, you gotta speak through the burning bush, basically. You know, or some other way. You know, God will send His emissaries. So that is what it is. Yeah, I mean, an all-powerful God. I mean, can you imagine that kind of God coming up and talking to somebody?
So yeah, technically he could if he wanted to, but
Right.
I wouldn't know if I'd be able to comprehend anything he says unless he builds itself. So,
right.
I just want to point out that they did not talk to God the Father directly. Talk to angels.
Yeah, but what he was trying to point out with this video, the guy already believes. So he came to like dunk on this video by making this point, and E. Michael Jones already believes that. So I mean, yeah. So he's like, you guys don't know who the real Jews are, but it's like, yeah, but this guy apparently does, because he's telling you about it. So it's like, open your ears, guys. If you guys want to critique something, first open your ears and listen to what's being presented, and then you can critique it, right?
Yeah, which is why I'm so skeptical with Abrahamism, because they clearly demonstrate over and over again, other than you, that they're not listening.
Yeah, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah, for real.
19th century, a series of articles which appeared in Civiltà Cattolica on the Jewish question. This was the definitive statement of this issue at the end of the 19th century. The thesis of those articles was clear. If you turn away from the laws, if any country in Europe turns away from the laws that were created by a Christian king and Christianity, they will end up being ruled by Jews. That was the situation in France. That was also the situation in Germany at the end of the 19th century. At around the same time, the great uncle of Pope Benedict the 16th, Georg Ratzinger, wrote a book called Jüdisches Erwerbsleben, in which he said pretty much the same thing, because this was there was a general consensus around this time that the emancipation of the Jews had led to the destruction of the Christian social order. Georg Ratzinger was very prophetic in this regard. His book was written in 1894. He said the rage that we're now feeling against the Jewish usury, the manipulation of our culture, is reaching a crescendo. It will soon be an avalanche, and the only way, and it will become unstoppable as soon as the German people find a leader. The leader, the German word for leader is, of course, Führer, and they found their Führer in the 1930s. And we know the history of what happened after that. His alternative was not the violent alternative, which eventually the world got, but the peaceful alternative, which is the Christian countries of Europe need to enforce the laws that are already on the books. If they don't enforce these laws, there will be violence. What we're seeing is a replay of that same spirit right now. 100 years later, we are in practically the same situation. The Jewish dominance has become intolerable. And as before, there is violence waiting around the corner. And the main perpetrators, the main instigators of this violence are the Jews themselves, largely because of their determination to impose speech codes on the rest of us, impose a gag, an inability to discuss the reality of the situation. They have the political power. They have done this over the past year. And the result is that violence is just around the corner once again. My position,
Michael Jones, for 10 minutes to let you know.
My position is the Christian position, which is we need to avoid this violence. My position is that the church has always had a solution. It was called Sicut Judaeus Non. The solution is not that they didn't have a solution. The solution was not applied when it could have been. When it was applied, there was enormous progress among the European nations, enormous amounts of conversions on the part of the Jews. I document this in my book, beginning with the disputation of Tortosa. Basically, every single Jewish congregation in Europe, Western Europe, either converted or moved to Poland. That same type of conversion is possible today. Today, it's happened. I've witnessed it myself. My books, my writings, and my speaking have been instrumental in bringing that conversion in our time.
Wow, you timed that 10 minutes incredibly, I got to say. Thank you very much for that. Your comments. So the takeaway I kind of got there is that countries need to be Christian in order to oppose the threat of Zionism, of Judaism. Is that a fair summary?
I'm saying that Christianity is the only effective antidote to the rejection of Logos, which is the source of the Jewish revolutionary spirit. That is the thesis of my presentation. It's the thesis of my book.
Thank you very much. And now shift it over to Christopher John Björknes. Your opening statement, Mr. Björknes.
I am an author. My most recent book is Beware the World to Come. In this book, I demonstrate that Christianity was fabricated by the Jews to undermine the Gentile nations, in particular the Roman Empire, and to utilize the Gentiles to fulfill many of the missions that the Jews believed that they had at the changing of the ages from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces. Let me first address Dr. Jones's statement. I think he is establishing.
See, it's like you're talking about the age of Aries to the age of Pisces. So he's using zodiac shit to read into the Bible, which seems to me like astrotheology. You know, and you see that with F.C. Bauer and those guys, you know, those radical Bible, radical criticism of who did radical historical criticism of the Bible, you know?
Yeah. So pretty much the people at the time used the constellations as their calendar because it's just free and available, and they can keep track of the patterns. So.
Yeah, these German guys that started reading the Bible, biblical criticism, they started the tradition of biblical criticism. A lot of them were young Hegelians, like Karl Marx and these types of guys, So it's interesting, they took a radical approach to many different things, not just the Bible, it seemed like they were, they took a radical approach to philosophy in general, it seems like.
A heretical cult of logos that is based upon sacrilegious pagan interpretations of the term logos. He defined it as word, reason, rationality, and speech. Those are all Greek meanings of the term. The Gospel of John presents no such understanding of logos, nor does the Apocryphon of John. Both of those define logos as the Father, God, and the Son, as in S-O-N, the Son of the Father.
And as we'll see, E. Michael Jones just shrugs his shoulders at this because he just already said that that Christianity is literally a merger of Greek philosophy and Jewish religion. So I thought that I don't know if anybody's ever heard Christianity explained that way, but when I first heard it explained that way, it did come as a shock to me. I didn't realize that about Christianity.
Which is why I'm telling you, still Christian, even though I just pulled more Greek stuff and less Abrahamic stuff.
Yeah, there are traditions that have done it that way. I mean, I guess, that's kind of what, I guess yeah, in a way that is what a lot of the occult tradition, it seems like, is,
And as light. Light refers to the light bringer, Lucifer. Light refers to the divine in the Christian system. And Dr. Jones is unfortunately creating a syncretic religion based upon pagan, not pantheism, but panentheism, where you have the Greek concept of the one, the monad, which is beyond space and time and beyond physical attributes. And it is the seat of the Platonic ideal forms. And then you have emanations from the one, which form the imperfect material world. So he is deviating strongly from the Gospel of John. And he is introducing instead the Neoplatonic philosophies of Plotinus, the Platonic philosophies of the Stoics, the philosophy of Plato himself, and Heraclitus. It was not the Gospel of John which introduced logos into the Judaic lexicon. It was instead Philo the Jew who introduced it, and he related it to the Platonic concept of the demiurge. But the Christians, particularly the Gnostic Christians and John, redefined it. It is not the demiurge, it is divine light. So unfortunately, Dr. Jones is creating a very Kabbalistic system and a heretical cult of the logos, which deifies and mystifies the term logos and utterly changes it from the original Christian conception. I agree with him that Christianity is a syncretic blend of Greek and Judaic, but I part with him when he states that this syncretic religion is based upon philosophy. It is instead based upon the Orphic deities, Kronos and Phanes Protogenes. Phanes means the light bringer, which is what Jesus was, the light bringer. Phanes was an androgyne and a hermaphrodite. Protogenes means the first begotten, which is what Jesus was. So indeed, it is a syncretic blend of Judaism and Hellenism, but it is a blend of the.
Yeah, see, there I think it's very going into very interesting territory because he's talking about Hellenistic religions, not just Hellenistic philosophies blended into Christianity. And that I think, I mean, that goes back to the astrotheology angle. You're kind of taking it to, it came from, Osiris and Mithras and all these kind of cults, that existed in the ancient world, and Dionysus. Those would be the main three: Osiris of Egypt, Mithras of Persia, and Dionysus of Greece. And I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The Orphic hymns with Judaism, and not, as he has been misled to believe by the Catholic Church, a blend of the Greek philosophers with Judaism. If, Adam, you can pull up what I sent you, that link to the ransom theory of atonement. The early church father, Origen, in the 3rd century AD, created what is termed the ransom theory of atonement, which holds that Jesus Christ was a ritual blood sacrifice made to Satan in order to redeem humanity by paying the ransom for the original sin of Adam. So the church for 1,000 years embraced the ransom theory of atonement. Augustine embraced and endorsed it. And it specifically said that Jesus Christ was a ritual blood sacrifice given to Satan.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Origen is that he cut his own pee-pee off, and then also the church rejected him. So I don't know.
Yes. That's why I say that the original sin is a refund scam. It's the same. It's literally the same setup.
Yeah, original sin. There does seem something scammy about original sin as a concept, but this whole thing, I mean, this is getting dark. This is some heavy metal shit. You sacrifice your son to Satan, like to save the world, like Jesus Christ, right? Like, is not going to be fared very well here. I don't know. I don't understand how that could be a really good I mean, and Origen was somebody who combined more Greek elements into the religion than Jewish ones, really, or I guess you could say he was more of the Hellenistic culture and philosophy than of the actual religious nature of the thing, the theological basis for the thing, But yeah.
As a ransom to pay the debt. And Origen was perfectly correct in this, but he did not tell the full story. In my book, Beware the World to Come, I reveal the full story that Jesus was indeed sacrificed as a scapegoat in a blood ritual to Satan, but Satan was in fact his father. When he refers to his father, he is referring to Lucifer, Satan. And when the Christians referred to Yahweh, they were in fact referring to Satan. And they viewed...
See, that's some wild stuff. I don't know if he's saying that to get a rise out of people, but yeah, that seems like, you know what I mean? That sounds so crazy.
It's I need to look into this some more.
Yeah, he's got his book there, Beware of the World to Come. I think I'd actually have to read the book to get to how that actually makes any clear sense. That's kind of like, Judaism equals rejection of logos. Right? That's kind of like similar to that. Right? I don't know,
the Yahweh of the Old Testament as the evil creator god, whom they called the demiurge. The ritual of the scapegoat is stated in Leviticus chapter 16, and in the Talmud, it thoroughly explains it in the tractate Yoma. In this ritual, 2 identical goats are selected by the high priest. Those 2 goats symbolize the twin brothers, Jacob and Esau. The one goat, the Jacob goat, represents the Jews and is given as a sin offering to Yahweh. Its blood is sprinkled on the horns of the altar. The other goat, the Esau goat, is sent out into the wilderness to Azazel as a gift, as a scapegoat. The high priest would put all the sins of the Jews onto that goat and tie a red woolen ribbon around its neck. The high priest would also tie a red woolen ribbon around the gates of the temple. Another priest of the temple would bring that gate into the wilderness and shove it off a cliff. When he did that, the goat would tumble down the cliff and be torn into pieces. The high priest had other rituals to conduct once it was proven that the sins of the Jews had been transferred through the scapegoat. The scapegoat was given as a gift to Satan. Satan would accept the sins of the Jews and place them onto the Gentiles, because Satan is the guardian angel of the Gentiles and is the accuser and prosecutor of the Jews in the heavenly court. So Satan had the power to accept this gift of Jewish sins, which he loved to devour because he's Satan and he wants lots of souls to populate Hades. And he would then transfer all of those sins from the Jews to the Gentiles, who would become damned by those sins in the heavenly court, because Satan would lie to God and say that these sins were the sins of the Gentiles. That is where the idea of the scapegoat comes from. And Satan was referred to as Azazel in Leviticus, and Azazel is Satan, as all of the Kabbalah, the Talmud, and Jewish texts acknowledge. In the year 30 AD, that ritual failed. When the high priest sent the scapegoat into the wilderness, the ribbon did not change from red to white. And therefore, the high priest had to find another way of obtaining atonement for the Jewish people. The high priest at that time was Caiaphas. And Caiaphas said that he would redeem the Jewish people by sacrificing Jesus. So Jesus became the scapegoat and the sacrifice to Satan. Now, Christians were warned by Jesus that they would be martyred. And Jesus' advice to the Christians was to be wise as serpents and gentle as doves. Wise as serpents refers to Genesis 3, verse 1, where the serpent is called crafty. The dove is a reference to the passages in Leviticus 1:14 and 5:7, where the dove is the Holocaust, the burnt offering and the sin offering sacrifice. So Jesus is telling Christians to sacrifice themselves in martyrdom as he was sacrificed, which also makes each Christian an individual sacrifice to Satan. Christians are also told that they each individually bear the cross, just as Jesus bore the cross. Now, Paul stated that Jesus was cursed with the law because he hung from the tree. And in Leviticus chapter 21, verse 23, it states that anyone who hangs from a tree is cursed. So all Christians who bear the cross are cursed, and they are cursed to be a human blood sacrifice to Satan. And I have much more to say about it when I have more time.
Okay, thank you, Chris. You, Michael Jones, your thoughts on Bjerknes' opening statement there?
Yeah, I'm totally befuddled. I don't know what to say. First of all, are you a Christian?
No.
Yeah, this makes more sense than that we had to carry our own sins rather than they just magically disappeared. And even if they were just magically disappeared, then they would be gone. We wouldn't have to worry about them. So the narrative makes more sense to me.
Yeah, it's yeah, the original sin thing is hard to grasp, even for a lot of Christians, because not all of them follow it 100%, because some of them believe that, and there's different ways around that sort of concept, but yeah.
Never been.
Okay, but I'm a heretic. You're saying you're not a Christian, but yet you're saying you have the
That's
Orthodox.
an ad hominem argument. Why don't you address what I said?
I'm just asking
I said that you're misrepresenting the logos and imposing on it a pagan interpretation which nowhere exists in the Gospels.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a Catholic, but
I don't care what you are. Why don't you respond to what I said?
I'm a Catholic, but I'm imposing a pagan interpretation on this, whereas you're not.
You said that it's
wait a minute. Whereas you were.
Let him finish, Chris. Let him finish.
So I'm a Catholic, but I'm imposing a pagan interpretation on it. But you're not a Christian, and yet your interpretation is supposed to be Orthodox. Is that what I'm supposed to think here? This makes no sense.
So
this makes no sense.
And the facts that I presented, and respond to them in a logical and cogent manner.
I can't respond in a logical, cogent fashion, because what you presented was neither logical nor cogent.
Which part?
So I can only try to.
What is it that I said that was illogical and not cogent?
Well, to begin with, you start by saying that the Jews created Christianity. That's preposterous. Christianity was created in reaction.
That's what I said about the logos, Dr. Jones. You're skating around trying to avoid what I said. You have misinterpreted the word logos and imposed upon it the pagan beliefs of Greek philosophers instead of following the explicit definition given by John and by the Apocryphon of John.
What's the definition given by John? There are three.
I told you
three sentences.
You didn't listen to what I said. You asked me a question. May I respond? The definition given by John is that logos is the Father. Theos is specifically what it states.
That's not true. That is flat out not true. You got it completely wrong. Logos.
No, I don't.
Boom! Right out the gate, he said logos is the Father. That's not even correct. He just got the Trinity wrong right out the gate.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm starting to see a pattern. I know you see it too, but I'm starting to see a very strong pattern now. So it's just the way the Abrahamists react with their interpretations not making sense, and they don't want to listen. So I'm trying to see a really strong pattern right now.
Well, this other guy's not an Abrahamist. The other guy's just an atheist, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about E. Michael Jones. He's lining up into the same pattern as Officer Snaps and Rocky.
Oh. Yeah, well, I think what's his face? Snapu Yaps. I think that he is interesting character. I don't think that he's an Abrahamist. I don't even think that he's a Christian, you know. And I think that a lot of the people, like for example, Tommy and Snafu will do this all the time, where they'll go accuse people of being satanic, while they themselves don't have to hold themselves to any standard of being Christian. So I just think that that is a fascinating way, you know, for people like Rocky. I think he would actually hold himself up to the standards of being a Christian as he thinks is a Christian. So at least with him, you can, you know, ask him about his views, like critique his views, critique his paradigms, and he'll respond. You know what I mean? But like it's like if you're just, you know, hitting people up with all these critiques, but you yourself don't really believe in anything, you know, other than, you know, let's fucking blow our fucking hand off trying to make wax oil and fucking, you know, like what the fuck is this shit? You know, like who gives a fuck, dude? Like you're a bum.
Yeah.
You're a fucking bum. Yeah.
And after you say you're satanic by their standard, instead of denying it, they don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah.
They really just don't know what to do. They expect persistent denial. Then you go with that pre-subsequent come back to Christ thing or something. But if you ever say you're satanic by whatever their standard of satanic is, they really don't have. You broke the loop unless they're just stuck in a loop like Officer Snaps is. He can't break out.
Yeah, thanks guys for being out here with me. You know, actually Gary, I gotta roll. You know, you got an appointment. You know, bless you guys, man. You know, thanks. Peace to you guys as well.
I had to go to Papa John's, so
our poll, you know, Hank's going to Papa John's to pick up a pizza. Hell yeah, son.
Yeah, I got some shopping to do myself and take care of some shit around the house, you know.
Cecil's gonna go shopping. All right, man. Bless you guys, man. Thank you for being out here with me. I gotta go to Friday prayer and to my grandmother's grave. You know, go and pray for her and pray for my grandpa. You know, I lost him at the beginning of this year. You know, he was almost 100 years old. But yeah, man, bless you guys, man. Thanks for being out here with me. You know, it's been a rough, crazy year. You know what I mean? What time am I going to be back? Oh, actually, I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Are you going to do anything for New Year's? Just wanted to ask.
Wait, is today Thursday or Friday?
I believe
today's Thursday.
Is
it? Shit. I was supposed to do the stream on Friday. I thought it was Friday. Oh, this whole day I was thinking it's Friday. Yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. Well, anyway, shit, man.
New Year's? Anything New Year's?
Wait, how is it Friday, man? I'm really actually wondering how the fuck that happened.
You lost track of time and you don't have enough calendars or something. I mean, I have a watch. My Casio G-Shock has count the day of the week in it too, so I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Something is distorting your perception of time, you know, man.
Well, you know what? I might just be back tomorrow morning, guys. Who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? But yeah, anyways, you know, this stream today, man, I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, I still have to go pray and do a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, man, I respect you guys for being out here with me. You know,
yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a free day today. I got a lot of shit going on. Yeah. Day to day, I gotta keep doing shit, man. It just is. It's just day in and day out, same shit, you know, for me. You know, because I'm writing a book now, so I'm organizing shitloads of my notes. One day blends into the other day. It just is what it is, you know. And you know, I'm also gonna start monetizing the channel soon, so you guys look out for that shit. You know, or I'll actually put a different channel up too. I'll put another channel where I make clips of shit. You know, I'll put like some cash apps or some shit, man. But yeah, man, you know, yeah, I'm actually writing a second book right now. And I'm trying to go to the mosque anyways and go and get a group of students together so I could run a course on the book that I wrote just now. So I got a lot of things going on, unfortunately, and I gotta struggle with shit. But yeah, I'm also trying to get, you know, over this fucking hump of just the depression I'm feeling, you know, ever since my wife left. It's been fucking really, I don't feel like really going outside. It's a problem. You know what I mean? Right? Like I don't feel like, I feel like just sitting around, you know, at home, and like that's the thing. I don't really like interacting with people anymore. That's the kind of problem. You know, I'm having a trouble getting out of my little, you know, stink of my own depression. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, I guess I'll figure it out. You know, I just gotta figure out, like, you know, I just gotta accept things how they are now. You know, it takes a while, you know. But yeah, you know, bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. I'm gonna have to close this one off before it gets all the way to 5 hours or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, you guys got any last words? You hit them with some last words, guys. Go ahead.
Fuck interacting with people, bro. Just be a hermit. Just be a
That's what I
just be a wise person in your solitude, and post your broadcast. And if people want to come and listen to you, then cool. But you shouldn't be having to seek out people. You know, that's
real
why it's
shit.
called supply and demand, not demand and supply.
Real shit, Cecil. Yeah, I appreciate that, Cecil, man. Yeah, real shit, Holmes. Yeah, what about you, Hank? You got any good advice for me, Holmes? Yeah.
No, I don't have any good advice for you today. Listen, yeah, monetize both channels. Yeah, as soon as you can. So go ahead and monetize both of those channels as soon as you're able to do so. And also, I did buy that tarot course from Orly Stewart. So I guess I can tell you more about it once I get through it.
Cool. Yeah, hit her up. Tell her that we got a show over here and we'd love to have her for an interview. Actually, you could personally interview her yourself on this show if you'd like. You know, if you want to set something like that up for yourself, set up interviews on this show, or have me interview somebody that you like and get them on the show. Hank, I'd love to do it, man. Let's get it popping. This is your show as much as it is my show, so let's get it popping. I mean,
if you say so.
Yeah, bless you, man.
We need to have an exploration of like platforms too, man. Because I've been thinking about putting something up, but I don't want to do YouTube. I want like a more.
I'm on BitChute and Rumble and Odyssey too, so we could fuck.
Yeah. What you do is you just post to more than one place at the same time.
Yeah. If you guys really want to support me, go on BitChute, go on Odyssey, go on Rumble, and look up the Machine Lies and go follow or subscribe over there. You know what I mean? Just in case my shit gets fucking banned over here. You know what I mean? But yeah, man,
the thing
bless
I
you
like
guys.
about BitChute is they make it really easy to post links to your alternative media, like in the bar right underneath the video.
Yes, and BitChute tends to be good. Things don't usually come down from BitChute once they go up, so that's what they're really good. Jesse House show has the full archive on BitChute still. They just don't tend not to mess with any videos.
Yeah, well, all right, guys, man. You know, all right, y'all. Well, I'll be back soon. You know what I mean? You know, I'll probably, I might do another little thing tomorrow morning. You know, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? I'll figure it out. But yeah, bless you guys, man. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. And yeah, I'm gonna put you guys in the back. And yeah, man, you guys have a blessed day, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, thank you, Cecil and Hank. And yeah, man, thank you to No More News for that interesting debate, for sure, man. But yeah, man, and also for giving me some time sitting down with me and having that interview, man. I really appreciate it. I know he's not like listening to every episode or whatever, but I still appreciate him being a friend of the show. That one time, even though we got pushback for. Oh shit, Jay Rillo, bless, man, bless, brother, man. Oh man, I'm just shutting it down, Holmes. But yeah, man, tomorrow morning, I might do another one tomorrow morning, man. I'm feeling frisky, you know what I mean? But probably not. So, I'll probably just come back on Saturday, guys. It is what it is. This was an impromptu kind of stream, man. But bless you guys, man. Tomorrow, shit, man. Yeah, let me get up on yeah, man. Tomorrow morning, 8:30, I might start a little stream out here. Just start reading and open up a panel. We'll see what it is, Yeah, bless you. Yeah, for sure. I got you. Yeah, I got your back, Holmes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I'm sorry I couldn't join the other stream, man, on Christmas. But I seen you out there, man, with the Arabic with the Arabic clothes on. And shit was making me laugh, man. Yo, that shit was tight though, man. Yeah, it looked natural on you though, man. Jihad unit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We taking over in this bitch. Cyber Caliphate. Look out for the new channel, guys. The Machine Lies. Where we talk about, the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, man. What y'all doing, man? Let me get up in a song for you guys, man. You guys want to listen to some music with me, man? Yeah, bless you guys, man. Let me show you guys something. Something I've been looking at. Maybe you guys will like it. I like this channel a lot called Nuclear War Cloud. Yeah, man, bless this brother, man. I don't know who this guy is, but he sure does produce a lot of interesting videos on a bunch of hip hop artists that I fuck with, And he's got some good ones, man. He's got some real good ones. Let me see if I can find a good one for you guys. Oh shit, how about this? Yeah, let's get in this one. Global soap opera. This is a pretty good one. Hope you guys enjoy it, man. Bless you, brother. Oh, celebration of the Three Kings. Oh, I feel you, bro. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, man. Yeah, the Three Kings, the Three Magi. Good stuff, bro. Yeah, man. Peace to you guys, man. Yeah, we be talking about the Magi out here. Book of Matthews, if you guys know. If you don't know, now you know. Bless. Thank you guys, man.
False news stories. So-called fake news, disinformation, all the lies, fake news stories filling your news feed. The Russian spread of fake news today for passing on fake news stories via Twitter. Follow back news stories to their root source. North Korea. Found more of them came from Breitbart originally than from any other single source.
Who the fuck you think is pulling that wool? It's bull. The reason they control the world and us is because we let them, and we easily forget them. Acts of war, but we forgive them. To hell with these imaginary countries and religions. Trump and ISIS ain't the problem, even though they motherfuckers. The ones behind the narrative that playing us like suckers, instigate these wars in secret as they watch them from the shadows. They develop all the weaponry we using in the battles. Truer than you may be asking, it's the way that they're controlling billions of us living on this planet. They have stolen. History is just history, and he edits it. However, it's most beneficial to the ending game they plan. How clever! Everything we think we know is because they led us to perceive it. If you really knew what people were, you never would believe it. Yo, the goal is to deceive us. Why does nobody believe us? Lucifer means light, but they rather you worship Jesus' word. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. All the chemicals they feed us, the sugars and foods with colors. Toxic red 40 fed to the kids of unknowing mothers. They become so hyperactive and later develop cancer. Genetically modified organisms, no answer. All of Wi-Fi and wireless signals attack invisible. Causing them panic attacks that you have. They criminals. They knowing the effect that it has on our bodies. Come on, they want us running for our lives like Spider Hole and Saddam. Beast 1333 com. We'll come together, all uniting, formulate a thinking tank and train our comrades for the fighting. Why the fuck you think I'm writing? Why the fuck all these recordings? Somewhere on the planet right now, human beings are waterboarding, nastier than people hoarding prisoners that sleep on feces. Pain increases in the age of pieces. Rape and nobody's. He spread diseases in the back of preces. Now the gears is greasy. It's a plague of creases. The creases, the pieces with police. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. In our faces, so they tease us. Vibrations from all these symbols. There are compounds of neurotoxic chemicals and Pringles. Scabies created shingles. Opportunistic infections. Slavery exists merged with Department of Corrections. I have birth and resurrection. I'm the fire from the phoenix. All the answers to our questions lie inside a double helix. Fathers first and sons the remix as we live in out our cycles. I hereby call upon the power of my disciples. Automatic pistols, rifles. You ain't ready for the smoke. You ain't ready for this battle. You ain't ready yet to cope. I will give my life gladly for the future generations. Everybody lay their stone with my blueprint as the foundation. All my tracks, all my creations. Hope that some may serve to guide you. Take the time to listen to that little voice speaking inside you. They will try hard to divide you. What I ask is that you question every single person that you meet. I slay the session. It's a global soap opera, a spectacle to show. They wrote the script and do it so your mind will never grow. It's a global soap opera. The people always lose. They manipulate the way we view ourselves in all the news. It's a global soap opera. The bastards who conceive it control you through the fear that they've created and you believe it. It's a global soap opera. Your source of entertainment. Meticulously chosen stories crafted for enslavement. My brothers and sisters, you never know who has a vested interest in the latest headline. So make sure you question everything you see and hear.
Peace.
Peace. Yo, TML, what happened to peace? Peace, peace, peace.
Yeah, melatonin magic, chase your veins, someone chop the vibes, cannabis. Underguard soldier, running off toasting, a notebook and vocals, a smidge overdosing. Even when the D-boy system not coasting, you hear my spoken better than when Ray lost his focus. Crystallized opiate to victimize opponents with addicted lines coded in snares and some solar hits. Motivist to so offend your dopest with a doper grin. Son, can I, pie mace chosen in transcontinental connoisseurs of the art of war, knocking off non-essential artists what you're shopping for. The buck stops when I step in the voice box and unload bars like your several choice shots. Yellow light caution, my melatonin's arching. Sleep on me and I'ma get the sleep stalking. Technicians of lyrics racketeering the sound that'll surely be your last at your burial ground.
Metaphorically speaking, this set of bars is letting off to several squads is deader than weakened. They'll probably be headed and beaten, severed and leaking. I get it started like before I parted, I settled and eaten. But evolved over the course of time, always just forced to fall off course for the shine. I'm the ultimate, no alternate. Source can give darts with tips, dipped in arsenic. Most sound like nothing after me. Track murder of the graveyards, busting at the scene. When I crush like a nug out of the bag of the trees. To be honest, your rhymes sound like rat in the meat. Word. I'm the sun, I'm the rise and the fall. When I die and collapse, the whole sky will dissolve. And I fight for the cause. You should say my name first when describing the wrong.
Will be laughed, I'll break the boombox, plug your MP3, your iPod. No need for tough talk. I'm rocking to beat the streets with cry law. Hip hop is not forgotten, it's been watered down like dry rot. Take time, wait for the time, I'll blow it up so it don't die off. That's why I'm on the job with balls to supercharge your ions. I'll be the icon, you read about in multiple site blogs. Consult the blind guys to open the third eye like I'm a cyclops. To keep my mind strong, I memorize entire rhyme blogs. MCs try hard, but many just focus on battle shit. And missing a bunch of requirements like blanks next to the asterisk. Fact or fiction, I can't tell the difference when having these rappers spit. Ignorant, I bet they don't even know what the meaning of whiteness is. You actually think you're good? Sorry, man, you're telling us absent, kid. I guess some folks will never be dope no matter how much they practice it. As I eject the game with passion, putting an end to the abstinence. There's so many things for you to fathom, but for now it's class dismissed.
Get 'em.
As we proceed to MC, keep it real, recognize the skills over the beat. Hold up, don't shine your boots up, you still suck. You can't rhyme like this unless you rhyming with us. Fuck the questions, find out for yourself. You gotta find out who you help. Service to brothers, service to others, service to self. There's no way to tell, even if you got a mic in your grill. You wanna sell, it's got nothing to do with being ill. I rock bells with a glass of water and a melatonin pill. Put your soul into a spell, stay still. The universe moving at a pace, perhaps it'll all be revealed. For me, this all happened because of a record deal. For you, this happened because of what you all feel. And now nobody could copy me, I am my own technology. You pay homage to me electronically. 1 out of 3 speak about their flawed philosophies. Betrayal, that is the cause of all hypocrisy. We are living in the garden of technocracy. I am my own technology, 10,000 G. What's the weight of a light beam? Ask Killer Priest, he gonna tell you that your soul is not ready to be released. I'm a king with a slave's bare feet, a flat-footed freak. I walk around hooded in the streets looking for beats. The Gin Creek looking for beef. They looking for the MCs with the invisible speech. So do not even look up at what you are beneath. Just stare straight ahead and pretend you're on the beach. My breathing becomes labored after they shot me with a taser. I fell to my knees, then they shot me with a laser. Beat butcher, 1,000 bar street pusher like that. Snap, spring cord tap, release trigger. Melatonin magic, metal drones with payload attachments. Shoot me in the head till I stop rapping. Jason Bain, son 1, propane Jermaine. One day I'ma show you what we all made. Melatonin magic, the golden child chanted. Daddy, this cell phone got too much static. Melatonin magic is now tracking all known air traffic. Unknown traffic, just red flag it. Melatonin magic, go to sleep, do not panic. The heart of your soul is in the planet. Melatonin magic, turn your face to the left, you maggot. Don't look at me unless you want a challenge. Get 'em. Architect, chop the vise, reverse polarity, optic eyes in the skies. Melatonin magic from minds like mine, like mine, like mine.
begun. 'Cause it's been so long that I can't confess, and it's been so long right now, so wrong. Is it all as it seems? So unresolved, so unredeemed. If I really, how will I know? 'Cause it's been so long that I can't be sure, and it's been